promptly counter-quoted Anne, pointing solemnly to the box. A burst of laughter broke the tension. "We must leave him here till morning," said Phil, replacing the stone. "He hasn't mewed for 5 minutes. Perhaps the mews we heard were his dying groan, or perhaps we merely imagined them, under the strain of our guilty consciences." But when the box was lifted in the morning, Rusty bounded at one gay leap to Anne's shoulder, where he began to lick her face affectionately. Never was there a cat more decidedly alive. "Here's a knothole in the box," groaned Phil. "I never saw it. That's why he didn't die. Now we've got to do it all over again." "No, we haven't," declared Anne suddenly. "Rusty isn't going to be killed again. He's my cat, and you've just got to make the best of it." "Oh, well, if you settle with Aunt Jimsy and the Sarah cat," said Stella, with the air of one washing her hands of the whole affair. From that time, Rusty was one of the family. He slept o' nights on the scrubbing cushion in the back porch and lived on the fat of the land. By the time Aunt Jasmina came, he was plump and glossy and tolerably respectable. But like Kipling's cat, he walked by himself. His paw was against every cat, and every cat's paw against him. One by one he vanquished the aristocratic felines of Spofford Avenue. As for human beings, he loved Anne and Anne alone. Nobody else even dared stroke him. An angry spit and something that sounded much like very improper language greeted anyone who did. "The airs that cat puts on are perfectly intolerable," declared Stella. "Him was a nice old pussens, him was," vowed Anne, cuddling her pet defiantly. "Well, I don't know how he and the Sarah cat will ever make out to live together," said Stella pessimistically. "Catfights in the orchard o' nights are bad enough, but catfights here in the living room are unthinkable." In due time, Aunt Jasmina arrived. Anne and Priscilla and Phil had awaited her advent rather dubiously. But when Aunt Jasmina was enthroned in the rocking chair before the open fire, they figuratively bowed down and worshipped her. Aunt Jasmina was a tiny old woman with a little softly triangular face and large, soft blue eyes that were alight with unquenchable youth, and as full of hopes as a girl's. She had pink cheeks and snow-white hair, which she wore in quaint little puffs over her ears. "It's a very old-fashioned way," she said, knitting industriously at something as dainty and pink as a sunset cloud. "But I am old-fashioned. My clothes are, and it stands to reason my opinions are too. I don't say they're any the better of that, mind you. In fact, I dare say they're a good deal the worse. But they've worn nice and easy. New shoes are smarter than old ones, but the old ones are more comfortable. I'm old enough to indulge myself in the matter of shoes and opinions. I mean to take it real easy here. I know you expect me to look after you and keep you proper, but I'm not going to do it. You're old enough to know how to behave if you're ever going to be. So as far as I'm concerned," concluded Aunt Jasmina with a twinkle in her young eyes, "you can all go to destruction in your own way." "Oh, will somebody separate those cats?" pleaded Stella shudderingly. Aunt Jasmina had brought with her not only the Sarah cat, but Joseph. Joseph, she explained, had belonged to a dear friend of hers who had gone to live in Vancouver. She couldn't take Joseph with her, so she begged me to take him. I really couldn't refuse. He's a beautiful cat. That is, his disposition is beautiful. She called him Joseph because his coat is of many colours. It certainly was. Joseph, as the disgusted Stella said, looked like a walking rag bag. It was impossible to say what his ground colour was. His legs were white with black spots on them. His back was grey with a huge patch of yellow on one side and a black patch on the other. His tail was yellow with a grey tip. One ear was black and one yellow. A black patch over one eye gave him a fearfully rakish look. In reality, he was meek and inoffensive, of a sociable disposition. In one respect, if in no other, Joseph was like a lily of the field. He toiled not, neither did he spin or catch mice. Yet Solomon in all his glory slept not on softer cushions, or feasted more fully on fat things. Joseph and the Sarah cat arrived by express in separate boxes. After they had been released and fed, Joseph selected the cushion and corner which appealed to him, and the Sarah cat gravely sat herself down before the fire and proceeded to wash her face. She was a large, sleek, grey and white cat, with an enormous dignity which was not at all impaired by any consciousness of her plebeian origin. She had been given to Aunt Jasmina by her washerwoman. Her name was Sarah, so my husband always called Puss the Sarah cat, explained Aunt Jasmina. She is 8 years old and a remarkable mouser. Don't worry, Stella, the Sarah cat never fights, and Joseph rarely. They'll have to fight here in self-defence, said Stella. At this juncture, Rusty arrived on the scene. He bounded joyously halfway across the room before he saw the intruders. Then he stopped short. His tail expanded until it was as big as 3 tails. The fur on his back rose up in a defiant arch. Rusty lowered his head, uttered a fearful shriek of hatred and defiance, and launched himself at the Sarah cat. The stately animal had stopped washing her face and was looking at him curiously. She met his onslaught with one contemptuous sweep of her capable paw. Rusty went rolling helplessly over on the rug. He picked himself up dazedly. What sort of cat was this who had boxed his ears? He looked dubiously at the Sarah cat. Would he or would he not? The Sarah cat deliberately turned her back on him and resumed her toilet operations. Rusty decided that he would not. He never did. From that time on, the Sarah cat ruled the roost. Rusty never again interfered with her. But Joseph rashly sat up and yawned. Rusty, burning to avenge his disgrace, swooped down upon him. Joseph, pacific by nature, could fight upon occasion and fight well. The result was a series of drawn battles. Every day, Rusty and Joseph fought at sight. Anne took Rusty's part and detested Joseph. Stella was in despair, but Aunt Jasmina only laughed. Let them fight it out, she said tolerantly. They'll make friends after a bit. Joseph needs some exercise. He was getting too fat. And Rusty has to learn he isn't the only cat in the world. Eventually, Joseph and Rusty accepted the situation, and from sworn enemies became sworn friends. They slept on the same cushion with their paws about each other, and gravely washed each other's faces. We've all got used to each other, said Phil, and I've learned how to wash dishes and sweep a floor. But you needn't try to make us believe you can chloroform a cat, laughed Anne. It was all the fault of the knothole, protested Phil. It was a good thing the knothole was there, said Aunt Jasmina rather severely. Kittens have to be drowned, I admit, or the world would be overrun. But no decent grown-up cat should be done to death, unless he sucks eggs. You wouldn't have thought Rusty very decent if you'd seen him when he came here, said Stella. He positively looked like the old Nick. I don't believe old Nick can be so very ugly, said Aunt Jasmina reflectively. He wouldn't do so much harm if he was. I always think of him as a rather handsome gentleman. Chapter 17. A Letter from Davy. It's beginning to snow, girls, said Phil, coming in one November evening. And there are the loveliest little stars and crosses all over the garden walk. I never noticed before what exquisite things snowflakes really are. One has time to notice things like that in the simple life. Bless you all for permitting me to live it. It's really delightful to feel worried because butter has gone up 5 cents a pound. Has it? Demanded Stella, who kept the household accounts. It has. And here's your butter. I'm getting quite expert at marketing. It's better fun than flirting, concluded Phil gravely. Everything is going up scandalously, sighed Stella. Never mind. Thank goodness air and salvation are still free, said Aunt Jasmina. And so is laughter, added Anne. There's no tax on it yet, and that is well, because you're all going to laugh presently. I'm going to read you Davy's letter. His spelling has improved immensely this past year, though he is not strong on apostrophes, and he certainly possesses the gift of writing an interesting letter. Listen and laugh before we settle down to the evening's study grind. Dear Anne, ran Davy's letter. I take my pen to tell you that we are all pretty well and hope this will find you the same. It's snowing some today, and Marilla says the old woman in the sky is shaking her feather beds. Is the old woman in the sky God's wife, Anne? I want to know. Mrs. Lynde has been real sick, but she is better now. She fell down the cellar stairs last week. When she fell, she grabbed hold of the shelf with all the milk pails and stew pans on it, and it gave way and went down with her and made a splendid crash. Marilla thought it was an earthquake at first. One of the stew pans was all dinged up, and Mrs. Lynde strained her ribs. The doctor came and gave her medicine to rub on her ribs, but she didn't understand him and took it all inside instead. The doctor said it was a wonder it didn't kill her, but it didn't-a, and it cured her ribs, and Mrs. Lynde says doctors don't know much anyhow. But we couldn't fix up the stew pan. Marilla had to throw it out. Thanksgiving was last week. There was no school and we had a great dinner. I ate mince pie and roast turkey and fruit cake and doughnuts and cheese and jam and chocolate cake. Marilla said I'd die, but I didn't. Dora had earache after it, only it wasn't in her ears, it was in her stomach. I didn't have earache anywhere. Our new teacher is a man. He does things for jokes. Last week, he made us all third-class boys write a composition on what kind of wife we'd like to have, and the girls on what kind of a husband. He laughed fit to kill when he read them. This was mine. I thought you'd like to see it. The kind of wife I'd like to have. She must have good manners and get my meals on time and do what I tell her and always be very polite to me. She must be 15 years old. She must be good to the poor and keep her house tidy and be good-tempered and go to church regularly. She must be very handsome and have curly hair. If I get a wife that is just what I like, I'll be an awful good husband to her. I think a woman ought to be awful good to her husband. Some poor women haven't any husbands. The end. I was at Mrs. Isaac Wright's funeral at White Sands last week. The husband of the corpse felt real sorry. Mrs. Lynn says Mrs. Wright's grandfather stole a sheep, but Marilla says we mustn't speak ill of the dead. Why mustn't we, Anne? I want to know. It's pretty safe, ain't it? Mrs. Lynde was awful mad the other day because I asked her if she was alive in Noah's time. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I just wanted to know. Was she, Anne? Mr. Harrison wanted to get rid of his dog. So he hunged him once, but he come to life and scooted for the barn while Mr. Harrison was digging the grave. So he hunged him again, and he stayed dead that time. Mr. Harrison has a new man working for him. He's awful awkward. Mr. Harrison says he is left-handed in both his feet. Mr. Barry's hired man is lazy. Mrs. Barry says that. But Mr. Barry says he ain't lazy exactly, only he thinks it's easier to pray for things than to work for them. Mrs. Harmon Andrews' prize pig that she talks so much of died in a fit. Mrs. Lynn says it was a judgment on her for pride. But I think it was hard on the pig. Milty Bolter has been sick. The doctor gave him medicine, and it tasted horrid. I offered to take it for him for a quarter, but the Bolters are so mean. Milty says he'd rather take it himself and save his money. I asked Mrs. Bolter how a person would go about catching a man, and she got awful mad and said she didn't know. She'd never chased men. The AVIS is going to paint the hall again. They're tired of having it blue. The new minister was here to tea last night. He took 3 pieces of pie. If I did that, Mrs. Lynde would call me Piggy. And he ate fast and took big bites, and Marilla is always telling me not to do that. Why can ministers do what boys can't? I want to know. I haven't any more news. Here are 6 kisses. Dora sends one. Here's hers. Your loving friend, David Keith. P.S. Anne, who was the devil's father? I want to know. Chapter 18. Miss Josephine remembers the Anne girl. When Christmas holidays came, the girls of Patty's Place scattered to their respective homes. But Aunt Jasmina elected to stay where she was. I couldn't go to any of the places I've been invited and take those 3 cats, she said, and I'm not going to leave the poor creatures here alone for nearly 3 weeks. If we had any decent neighbours who would feed them, I might, but there's nothing except millionaires on this street. So I'll stay here and keep Patty's Place warm for you. Anne went home with the usual joyous anticipations, which were not wholly fulfilled. She found Avonlea in the grip of such an early, cold and stormy winter as even the oldest inhabitant could not recall. Green Gables was literally hemmed in by huge drifts. Almost every day of that ill-starred vacation it stormed fiercely, and even on fine days it drifted unceasingly. No sooner were the roads broken than they filled in again. It was almost impossible to stir out. The AVIS tried, on 3 evenings, to have a party in honour of the college students. And on each evening the storm was so wild that nobody could go. So they gave up the attempt in despair. Anne, despite her love of and loyalty to Green Gables, could not help thinking longingly of Patty's Place, its cosy open fire, Aunt Jasmina's mirthful eyes, the 3 cats, the merry chatter of the girls, the pleasantness of Friday evenings when college friends dropped in to talk of grave and gay. Anne was lonely. Diana, during the whole of the holidays, was imprisoned at home with a bad attack of bronchitis. She could not come to Green Gables, and it was rarely Anne could get to Orchard Slope, for the old way through the haunted wood was impassable with drifts, and the long way over the frozen lake of shining waters was almost as bad. Ruby Gillis was sleeping in the white, heaped graveyard. Jane Andrews was teaching a school on western prairies. Gilbert, to be sure, was still faithful, and waded up to Green Gables every possible evening. But Gilbert's visits were not what they once were. Anne almost dreaded them. It was very disconcerting to look up in the midst of a sudden silence and find Gilbert's hazel eyes fixed upon her with a quite unmistakable expression in their grave depths. And it was still more disconcerting to find herself blushing hotly and uncomfortably under his gaze, just as if, well, it was very embarrassing. Anne wished herself back at Patty's Place, where there was always somebody else about to take the edge off a delicate situation. At Green Gables, Marilla went promptly to Mrs. Lynde's domain when Gilbert came, and insisted on taking the twins with her. The significance of this was unmistakable, and Anne was in a helpless fury over it. Davy, however, was perfectly happy. He revelled in getting out in the morning and shovelling out the paths to the well and hen house. He gloried in the Christmas-tide delicacies which Marilla and Mrs. Lynde vied with each other in preparing for Anne, and he was reading an enthralling tale in a school library book of a wonderful hero who seemed blessed with a miraculous faculty for getting into scrapes from which he was usually delivered by an earthquake or a volcanic explosion, which blew him high and dry out of his troubles, landed him a fortune, and closed the story with proper éclat. "I tell you, it's a bully story, Anne," he said ecstatically. "I'd ever so much rather read it than the Bible." "Would you?" smiled Anne. Davy peered curiously at her. "You don't seem a bit shocked, Anne. Mrs. Lynde was awful shocked when I said it to her." "No, I'm not shocked, Davy. I think it's quite natural that a 9-year-old boy would sooner read an adventure story than the Bible. But when you are older, I hope and think that you will realise what a wonderful book the Bible is." "Oh, I think some parts of it are fine," conceded Davy. "That story about Joseph now, it's bully. But if I'd have been Joseph, I wouldn't have forgive the brothers. No, sirree, Anne. I'd have cut all their heads off. Mrs. Lynde was awful mad when I said that and shut the Bible up and said she'd never read me any more of it if I talked like that. So I don't talk now when she reads it Sunday afternoons. I just think things and say them to Milty Bolter next day in school. I told Milty the story about Elisha and the bears, and it scared him so he's never made fun of Mr. Harrison's bald head once. Are there any bears on Prince Edward Island, Anne? I want to know." "Not nowadays," said Anne absently, as the wind blew a scud of snow against the window. "Oh dear, will it ever stop storming?" "God knows," said Davy airily, preparing to resume his reading. Anne was shocked this time. "Davy!" she exclaimed reproachfully. "Mrs. Lynde says that," protested Davy. "One night last week, Marilla said, 'Will Ludwig Speed and Theodora Dix ever get married?' And Mrs. Lynde said, 'God knows,' just like that." "Well, it wasn't right for her to say it," said Anne, promptly deciding upon which horn of this dilemma to impale herself. "It isn't right for anybody to take that name in vain or speak it lightly, Davy. Don't ever do it again." "Not if I say it slow and solemn, like the minister?" queried Davy gravely. "No, not even then." "Well, I won't. Ludwig Speed and Theodora Dix live in Middle Grafton, and Mrs. Rachel says he has been courting her for 100 years. Won't they soon be too old to get married, Anne? I hope Gilbert won't court you that long. When are you going to be married, Anne? Mrs. Lynde says it's a sure thing." "Mrs. Lynde is a—" began Anne hotly, then stopped. "Awful old gossip," completed Davy calmly. "That's what everyone calls her. But is it a sure thing, Anne? I want to know." "You're a very silly little boy, Davy," said Anne, stalking haughtily out of the room. The kitchen was deserted, and she sat down by the window in the fast-falling wintry twilight. The sun had set, and the wind had died down. A pale, chilly moon looked out behind a bank of purple clouds in the west. The sky faded out, but the strip of yellow along the western horizon grew brighter and fiercer, as if all the stray gleams of light were concentrating in one spot. The distant hills, rimmed with priest-like firs, stood out in dark distinctness against it. Anne looked across the still, white fields, cold and lifeless in the harsh light of that grim sunset, and sighed. She was very lonely, and she was sad at heart, for she was wondering if she would be able to return to Redmond next year. It did not seem likely. The only scholarship possible in the sophomore year was a very small affair. She would not take Marilla's money, and there seemed little prospect of being able to earn enough in the summer vacation. "I suppose I'll just have to drop out next year," she thought drearily, "and teach a district school again until I earn enough to finish my course. And by that time all my old class will have graduated, and Patty's place will be out of the question. But there, I'm not going to be a coward. I'm thankful I can earn my way through if necessary." "Here's Mr. Harrison wading up the lane," announced Davy, running out. "I hope he's brought the mail. It's 3 days since we got it. I want to see what them pesky grits are doing. I'm a Conservative, Anne, and I tell you, you have to keep an eye on them grits." Mr. Harrison had brought the mail, and merry letters from Stella and Priscilla and Phil soon dissipated Anne's blues. Aunt Jasmina, too, had written, saying that she was keeping the hearth fire alight, and that the cats were all well and the house plants doing fine. "The weather has been real cold," she wrote, "so I let the cats sleep in the house. Rusty and Joseph on the sofa in the living room, and the Sarah cat on the foot of my bed. It's real company to hear her purring when I wake up in the night, and think of my poor daughter in the foreign field. If it was anywhere but in India, I wouldn't worry, but they say the snakes out there are terrible. It takes all the Sarah's cats purring to drive away the thoughts of those snakes. I have enough faith for everything but the snakes. I can't think why Providence ever made them. Sometimes I don't think he did. I'm inclined to believe the old Harry had a hand in making them. Anne had left a thin, typewritten communication till the last, thinking it was unimportant. When she had read it, she sat very still, with tears in her eyes. "What is the matter, Anne?" asked Marilla. "Miss Josephine Barry is dead," said Anne in a low tone. "So she has gone at last," said Marilla. "Well, she had been sick for over a year, and the Barrys had been expecting to hear of her death any time. It is well she is at rest, for she has suffered dreadfully, Anne. She was always kind to you. She has been kind to the last, Marilla. This letter is from her lawyer. She has left me $1,000 in her will." "Gracious, ain't that an awful lot of money?" exclaimed Davy. "She's the woman you and Diana lit on when you jumped into the spare room bed, ain't she? Diana told me that story. Is that why she left you so much?" "Hush, Davy," said Anne gently. She slipped away to the porch gable with a full heart, leaving Marilla and Mrs. Lynde to talk over the news to their heart's content. "Do you suppose Anne will ever get married now?" speculated Davy anxiously. "When Dorcas Sloane got married last summer, she said if she'd had enough money to live on, she'd never have been bothered with a man. But even a widower with 8 children was better than living with a sister-in-law." "Davy Keith, do hold your tongue," said Mrs. Rachel severely. "The way you talk is scandalous for a small boy, that's what." Chapter 19. An Interlude. "To think that this is my 20th birthday, and that I've left my teens behind me forever," said Anne, who was curled up on the hearth rug with Rusty in her lap. To Aunt Jasmina, who was reading in her pet chair. They were alone in the living room. Stella and Priscilla had gone to a committee meeting, and Phil was upstairs, adorning herself for a party. "I suppose you feel kind of sorry?" said Aunt Jasmina. "The teens are such a nice part of life. I'm glad I've never gone out of them myself." Anne laughed. "You never will, Auntie. You'll be 18 when you should be 100. "Yes, I'm sorry, and a little dissatisfied as well. Miss Stacy told me long ago that by the time I was 20, my character would be formed, for good or evil. I don't feel that it's what it should be. It's full of flaws." "So's everybody's," said Aunt Jasmina cheerfully. "Mine's cracked in 100 places. Your Miss Stacy likely meant that when you are 20, your character would have got its permanent bent in one direction or another, and would go on developing in that line. Don't worry over it, Anne. Do your duty by God and your neighbour and yourself, and have a good time. That's my philosophy, and it's always worked pretty well. Where's Phil off to tonight?" "She's going to a dance, and she's got the sweetest dress for it. Creamy yellow silk and cobwebby lace. It just suits those brown tints of hers." "There's magic in the words silk and lace, isn't there?" said Aunt Jasmina. "The very sound of them makes me feel like skipping off to a dance. And yellow silk. It makes one think of a dress of sunshine. I always wanted a yellow silk dress, but first my mother and then my husband wouldn't hear of it. The very first thing I'm going to do when I get to heaven is to get a yellow silk dress." Amid Anne's peal of laughter, Phil came downstairs, trailing clouds of glory, and surveyed herself in the long oval mirror on the wall. A flattering looking glass is a promoter of amiability, she said. The one in my room does certainly make me green. Do I look pretty nice, Anne? Do you know how pretty you are, Phil? Asked Anne in honest admiration. Of course I do. What are looking glasses in men for? That wasn't what I meant. Are all my ends tucked in? Is my skirt straight? And would this rose look better lowered down? I'm afraid it's too high. It will make me look lopsided. But I hate things tickling my ears. Everything is just right. And that southwest dimple of yours is lovely. Anne, there's one thing in particular I like about you. You're so ungrudging. There isn't a particle of envy in you. Why should she be envious? Demanded Aunt Jasmina. She's not quite as good looking as you, maybe, but she's got a far handsomer nose. I know it, conceded Phil. My nose always has been a great comfort to me, confessed Anne. And I love the way your hair grows on your forehead, Anne, and that one wee curl, always looking as if it was going to drop, but never dropping, is delicious. But as for noses, mine is a dreadful worry to me. I know by the time I'm 40 it will be Bernie. What do you think I'll look like when I'm 40, Anne? Like an old, matronly, married woman, teased Anne. I won't, said Phil, sitting down comfortably to wait for her escort. Joseph, you calico beastie, don't you dare jump on my lap. I won't go to a dance all over cat hairs. No, Anne, I won't look matronly, but no doubt I'll be married. To Alec or Alonzo? Asked Anne. To one of them, I suppose, sighed Phil, if I can ever decide which. It shouldn't be hard to decide, scolded Aunt Jasmina. I was born a seesaw, Auntie, and nothing can ever prevent me from teetering. You ought to be more level-headed, Philippa. It's best to be level-headed, of course, agreed Philippa, but you miss lots of fun. As for Alec and Alonzo, if you knew them, you'd understand why it's difficult to choose between them. They're equally nice. Then take somebody who is nicer, suggested Aunt Jasmina. There's that senior who is so devoted to you, Will Leslie. He has such nice, large, mild eyes. They're a little bit too large and too mild, like a cow's, said Phil cruelly. What do you say about George Parker? There's nothing to say about him except that he always looks as if he had just been starched and ironed. Ma Holworthy, then. You can't find a fault with him. No, he would do if he wasn't poor. I must marry a rich man, Aunt Jasmina. That and good looks is an indispensable qualification. I'd marry Gilbert Blythe if he were rich. Oh, would you? Said Anne, rather viciously. We don't like that idea a little bit, although we don't want Gilbert ourselves. Oh, no, mocked Phil. But don't let's talk of disagreeable subjects. I'll have to marry sometime, I suppose, but I shall put off the evil day as long as I can. You mustn't marry anybody you don't love, Phil, when all's said and done, said Aunt Jasmina. Oh, hearts that loved in the good old way have been out of the fashion this many a day, trilled Phil mockingly. There's the carriage. I fly. Bye-bye, you two old-fashioned darlings. When Phil had gone, Aunt Jasmina looked solemnly at Anne. That girl is pretty and sweet and good-hearted, but do you think she is quite right in her mind? By spells, Anne. Oh, I don't think there's anything the matter with Phil's mind, said Anne, hiding a smile. It's just her way of talking. Aunt Jasmina shook her head. Well, I hope so, Anne. I do hope so, because I love her. But I can't understand her. She beats me. She isn't like any of the girls I ever knew, or any of the girls I was myself. How many girls were you, Aunt Jimsy? About 6, my dear. Chapter 20. Gilbert Speaks. This has been a dull, prosy day, yawned Phil, stretching herself idly on the sofa, having previously dispossessed 2 exceedingly indignant cats. Anne looked up from Pickwick Papers. Now that spring examinations were over, she was treating herself to Dickens. It has been a prosy day for us, she said thoughtfully. But to some people it has been a wonderful day. Someone has been rapturously happy in it. Perhaps a great deed has been done somewhere today, or a great poem written, or a great man born. And some heart has been broken, Phil. Why did you spoil your pretty thought by tagging that last sentence on, honey? Grumbled Phil. I don't like to think of broken hearts, or anything unpleasant. Do you think you'll be able to shirk unpleasant things all your life, Phil? Dear me, no. Am I not up against them now? You don't call Alec and Alonzo pleasant things, do you, when they simply plague my life out? You never take anything seriously, Phil. Why should I? There are enough folks who do. The world needs people like me, Anne, just to amuse it. It would be a terrible place if everybody were intellectual and serious and in deep, deadly earnest. My mission is, as Josiah Allen says, to charm and allure. Confess now, hasn't life at Patty's Place been really much brighter and pleasanter this past winter because I've been here to leaven you? Yes, it has, owned Anne. And you all love me, even Aunt Jasmina, who thinks I'm stark mad. So why should I try to be different? Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. I was awake until 1 last night, reading a harrowing ghost story. I read it in bed, and after I had finished it, do you suppose I could get out of bed to put the light out? No. And if Stella had not fortunately come in late, that lamp would have burned good and bright till morning. When I heard Stella, I called her in, explained my predicament, and got her to put out the light. If I had got out myself to do it, I knew something would grab me by the feet when I was getting in again. By the way, Anne, has Aunt Jasmina decided what to do this summer? Yes, she's going to stay here. I know she's doing it for the sake of those blessed cats, although she says it's too much trouble to open her own house, and she hates visiting. What are you reading? Pickwick. That's a book that always makes me hungry, said Phil. There's so much good eating in it. The characters always seem to be revelling on ham and eggs and milk punch. I generally go on a cupboard rummage after reading Pickwick. The mere thought reminds me that I'm starving. Is there any tidbit in the pantry, Queen Anne? I made a lemon pie this morning. You may have a piece of it. Phil dashed out to the pantry, and Anne betook herself to the orchard in company with Rusty. It was a moist, pleasantly odorous night in early spring. The snow was not quite all gone from the park. A little dingy bank of it yet lay under the pines of the harbour road, screened from the influence of April suns. It kept the harbour road muddy and chilled the evening air. but grass was growing green in sheltered spots, and Gilbert had found some pale, sweet arbutus in a hidden corner. He came up from the park, his hands full of it. Anne was sitting on the big grey boulder in the orchard, looking at the poem of a bare birken bough hanging against the pale red sunset with the very perfection of grace. She was building a castle in air, a wondrous mansion whose sunlit courts and stately halls were steeped in Araby's perfume, and where she reigned queen and chatelaine. She frowned as she saw Gilbert coming through the orchard. Of late she had managed not to be left alone with Gilbert, but he had caught her fairly now, and even Rusty had deserted her. Gilbert sat down beside her on the boulder and held out his Mayflowers. "Don't these remind you of home and our school-day picnics, Anne?" Anne took them and buried her face in them. "I'm in Mr. Silas Sloane's barrens this very minute," she said rapturously. "I suppose you will be there in reality in a few days." "No, not for a fortnight. I'm going to visit with Phil in Bolingbroke before I go home. You'll be in Avonlea before I will." "No, I shall not be in Avonlea at all this summer, Anne. I've been offered a job in the Daily News office, and I'm going to take it." "Oh," said Anne vaguely. She wondered what a whole Avonlea summer would be like without Gilbert. Somehow she did not like the prospect. "Well," she concluded flatly, "it is a good thing for you, of course." "Yes, I've been hoping I would get it. It will help me out next year." "You mustn't work too hard," said Anne, without any very clear idea of what she was saying. She wished desperately that Phil would come out. "You've studied very constantly this winter. Isn't this a delightful evening? Do you know, I found a cluster of white violets under that old twisted tree over there today. I felt as if I discovered a gold mine." "You are always discovering gold mines," said Gilbert, also absently. "Let us go and see if we can find some more," suggested Anne eagerly. "I'll call Phil and—" "Never mind Phil and the violets just now, Anne," said Gilbert quietly, taking her hand in a clasp from which she could not free it. "There is something I want to say to you." "Oh, don't say it," cried Anne pleadingly. "Don't. Please, Gilbert." "I must. Things can't go on like this any longer. Anne, I love you. You know I do. I can't tell you how much. Will you promise me that someday you'll be my wife?" I can't," said Anne miserably. "Oh, Gilbert, you've spoiled everything." "Don't you care for me at all?" Gilbert asked after a very dreadful pause, during which Anne had not dared to look up. "No, not in that way. I do care a great deal for you as a friend, but I don't love you, Gilbert." "But can't you give me some hope that you will? Yet?" "No, I can't," exclaimed Anne desperately. "I never can love you in that way, Gilbert. You must never speak of this to me again." There was another pause, so long and so dreadful that Anne was driven at last to look up. Gilbert's face was white to the lips, and his eyes, but Anne shuddered and looked away. There was nothing romantic about this. Must proposals be either grotesque or horrible? Could she ever forget Gilbert's face? "Is there anybody else?" he asked at last in a low voice. "No, no," said Anne eagerly. "I don't care for anyone like that. And I like you better than anybody else in the world, Gilbert. And we must go on being friends, Gilbert." Gilbert gave a bitter little laugh. "Friends? Your friendship can't satisfy me, Anne. I want your love, and you tell me I can never have that. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Gilbert," was all Anne could say. Where, oh where, were all the gracious and graceful speeches wherewith, in imagination, she had been wont to dismiss rejected suitors? Gilbert released her hand gently. "There isn't anything to forgive. There have been times when I thought you did care. I've deceived myself, that's all. Goodbye, Anne." Anne got herself to her room, sat down on her window seat behind the pines, and cried bitterly. She felt as if something incalculably precious had gone out of her life. It was Gilbert's friendship, of course. Oh, why must she lose it after this fashion? "What is the matter, honey?" asked Phil, coming in through the moonlit gloom. Anne did not answer. At that moment she wished Phil were 1,000 miles away. "I suppose you've gone and refused Gilbert Blythe. You are an idiot, Anne Shirley." "Do you call it idiotic to refuse a man I don't love?" said Anne coldly, goaded to reply. "You don't know love when you see it. You've tricked something out with your imagination that you think love, and you expect the real thing to look like that. There, that's the first sensible thing I've ever said in my life. I wonder how I managed it." "Phil," pleaded Anne, "please go away and leave me alone for a little while. My world has tumbled into pieces. I want to reconstruct it." "Without any Gilbert in it?" said Phil, going. "A world without any Gilbert in it?" Anne repeated the words drearily. Would it not be a very lonely, forlorn place? Well, it was all Gilbert's fault. He had spoiled their beautiful comradeship. She must just learn to live without it. Chapter 21. Roses of Yesterday. The fortnight Anne spent in Bolingbroke was a very pleasant one, with a little undercurrent of vague pain and dissatisfaction running through it whenever she thought about Gilbert. There was not, however, much time to think about him. Mount Holly, the beautiful old Gordon homestead, was a very gay place, overrun by Phil's friends of both sexes. There was quite a bewildering succession of drives, dances, picnics and boating parties, all expressively lumped together by Phil under the head of jamborees. Alec and Alonzo were so constantly on hand that Anne wondered if they ever did anything but dance attendance on that will-o'-the-wisp of a Phil. They were both nice, manly fellows, but Anne would not be drawn into any opinion as to which was the nicer. "And I depended so on you to help me make up my mind which of them I should promise to marry," mourned Phil. "You must do that for yourself. You are quite expert at making up your mind as to whom other people should marry," retorted Anne, rather caustically. "Oh, that's a very different thing," said Phil truly. But the sweetest incident of Anne's sojourn in Bolingbroke was the visit to her birthplace. The little shabby yellow house in an out-of-the-way street she had so often dreamed about. She looked at it with delighted eyes as she and Phil turned in at the gate. "It's almost exactly as I've pictured it," she said. "There is no honeysuckle over the windows, but there is a lilac tree by the gate. And yes, there are the muslin curtains in the window. How glad I am it is still painted yellow." A very tall, very thin woman opened the door. "Yes, the Shirleys lived here 20 years ago," she said, in answer to Anne's question. "They had it rented. I remember 'em. They both died of fever at once. It were terrible sad. They left a baby. I guess it's dead long ago. It was a sickly thing. Old Thomas and his wife took it, as if they hadn't enough of their own." "It didn't die," said Anne, smiling. "I was that baby." "You don't say so! Why, you have grown!" exclaimed the woman, as if she were much surprised that Anne was not still a baby. "Come to look at you, I see the resemblance. You're complected like your pa. He had red hair, but you favour your ma in your eyes and mouth. She were a nice little thing. My daughter went to school with her and was nigh crazy about her. They were buried in the one grave, and the school board put up a tombstone to them as a reward for faithful service. Will you come in?" "Will you let me go all over the house?" asked Anne eagerly. "Laws, yes, you can if you like. 'Twon't take you long. There ain't much of it. I keep it my man to build a new kitchen, but he ain't one of your hustlers. The parlour's in there, and there's 2 rooms upstairs. Just prowl about yourself. I've got to see to the baby. The east room was the one you were born in. I remember your ma saying she loved to see the sun rise, and I mind hearing that you were born just as the sun was rising, and its light on your face was the first thing your ma saw." Anne went up the narrow stairs and into that little east room with a full heart. It was as a shrine to her. Here her mother had dreamed the exquisite, happy dreams of anticipated motherhood. Here that red sunrise light had fallen over them both in the sacred hour of birth. Here her mother had died. Anne looked about her reverently, her eyes with tears. It was for her one of the jewelled hours of life that gleam out radiantly forever in memory. "Just to think of it. Mother was younger than I am now when I was born," she whispered. When Anne went downstairs, the lady of the house met her in the hall. She held out a dusty little packet tied with faded blue ribbon. "Here's a bundle of old letters I found in that closet upstairs when I came here," she said. "I don't know what they are. I never bothered to look in 'em. But the address on the top one is Miss Bertha Willis, and that was your ma's maiden name. You could take 'em if you'd care to have 'em." "Oh, thank you, thank you," cried Anne, clasping the packet rapturously. "That was all that was in the house," said her hostess. "The furniture were all sold to pay the doctor's bills, and Mrs. Thomas got your ma's clothes and little things. I reckon they didn't last long among that drove of Thomas youngsters. They were destructive young animals, as I mind 'em." "I haven't one thing that belonged to my mother," said Anne chokily. I can never thank you enough for these letters." "You're quite welcome. Laws, but your eyes is like your ma's. She could just about talk with hers. Your father was sort of homely, but awful nice. I mind hearing folks say when they were married that there was never 2 people more in love with each other. Poor creatures, they didn't live much longer. But they was awful happy when they were alive. and I suppose that counts for a good deal. Anne longed to get home to read her precious letters, but she made one little pilgrimage first. She went alone to the green corner of the old Bolingbroke cemetery where her father and mother were buried, and left on their grave the white flowers she carried. Then she hastened back to Mount Holly, shut herself up in her room, and read the letters. Some were written by her father, some by her mother. There were not many, only a dozen in all, for Walter and Bertha Shirley had not been often separated during their courtship. The letters were yellow and faded and dim, blurred with the touch of passing years. No profound words of wisdom were traced on the stained and wrinkled pages, but only lines of love and trust. The sweetness of forgotten things clung to them, the far-off, fond imaginings of those long-dead lovers. Bertha Shirley had possessed the gift of writing letters, which embodied the charming personality of the writer in words and thoughts that retained their beauty and fragrance after the lapse of time. The letters were tender, intimate, sacred. To Anne, the sweetest of all was the one written after her birth, to the father on a brief absence. It was full of a proud young mother's accounts of baby, her cleverness, her brightness, her thousand sweetnesses. I love her best when she is asleep, and better still when she is awake, Bertha Shirley had written in the postscript. Probably it was the last sentence she had ever penned. The end was very near for her. "This has been the most beautiful day of my life," Anne said to Phil that night. "I've found my father and mother. Those letters have made them real to me. I am not an orphan any longer. I feel as if I had opened a book and found roses of yesterday, sweet and beloved, between its leaves." Chapter 22. Spring and Anne returned to Green Gables. The firelight shadows were dancing over the kitchen walls at Green Gables, for the spring evening was chilly. Through the open east window drifted in the subtly sweet voices of the night. Marilla was sitting by the fire, at least in body. In spirit, she was roaming olden ways, with feet grown young. Of late, Marilla had thus spent many an hour when she thought she should have been knitting for the twins. "I suppose I'm growing old," she said. Yet Marilla had changed but little in the past 9 years, save to grow something thinner and even more angular. There was a little more grey in the hair that was still twisted up in the same hard knot, with 2 hairpins. Were they the same hairpins, still stuck through it? But her expression was very different. The something about the mouth which had hinted at a sense of humour had developed wonderfully. Her eyes were gentler and milder, her smile more frequent and tender. Marilla was thinking of her whole past life, her cramped but not unhappy childhood, the jealousy, hidden dreams, and the blighted hopes of her girlhood, the long, grey, narrow, monotonous years of dull middle life that followed, and the coming of Anne, the vivid, imaginative, impetuous child with her heart of love and her world of fancy, bringing with her colour and warmth and radiance, until the wilderness of existence had blossomed like the rose. Marilla felt that out of her 60 years, she had lived only the 9 that had followed the advent of Anne. And Anne would be home tomorrow night. the kitchen door opened. Marilla looked up, expecting to see Mrs. Lynde. Anne stood before her, tall and starry-eyed, with her hands full of mayflowers and violets. "Anne Shirley!" exclaimed Marilla. For once in her life she was surprised out of her reserve. She caught her girl in her arms and crushed her and her flowers against her heart, kissing the bright hair and sweet face warmly. "I never looked for you till tomorrow night. How did you get from Carmody?" "Walked, dearest of Marillas. Haven't I done it a score of times in the Queen's days? The mailman is to bring my trunk tomorrow. I just got homesick all at once and came a day earlier. And oh, I've had such a lovely walk in the May twilight. I stopped by the Barrens and picked these mayflowers. I came through Violet Vale. It's just a big bowl full of violets now. The dear sky-tinted things. Smell them, Marilla. Drink them in." Marilla sniffed obligingly, but she was more interested in Anne than in drinking violets. "Sit down, child. You must be real tired. I'm going to get you some supper. There's a darling moonrise behind the hills tonight, Marilla. And oh, how the frogs sang me home from Carmody. I do love the music of the frogs. It seems bound up with all my happiest recollections of old spring evenings. And it always reminds me of the night I came here first. Do you remember it, Marilla?" "Well, yes," said Marilla with emphasis. "I'm not likely to forget it ever. They used to sing so madly in the marsh and brook that year. I would listen to them at my window in the dusk and wonder how they could seem so glad and so sad at the same time. Oh, but it's good to be home again. Redmond was splendid and Bolingbroke delightful, but Green Gables is home." "Gilbert isn't coming home this summer, I hear," said Marilla. "No." Something in Anne's tone made Marilla glance at her sharply, but Anne was apparently absorbed in arranging her violets in a bowl. "See, aren't they sweet?" she went on hurriedly. "The year is a book, isn't it, Marilla? Spring's pages are written in mayflowers and violets, summer's in roses, autumn's in red maple leaves, and winter in holly and evergreen." "Did Gilbert do well in his examinations?" persisted Marilla. "Excellently well. He led his class. But where are the twins and Mrs. Lynde?" "Rachel and Dora are over at Mr. Harrison's. Davy is down at Bolter's. I think I hear him coming now." Davy burst in, saw Anne, stopped, and then hurled himself upon her with a joyful yell. "Oh, Anne, ain't I glad to see you. Say, Anne, I've grown 2 inches since last fall. Mrs. Lynde measured me with her tape today. And say, Anne, see my front tooth, it's gone. Mrs. Lynde tied one end of string to it and the other end to the door, and then shut the door. I sold it to Milty for 2 cents. Milty's collecting teeth." "What in the world does he want teeth for?" asked Marilla. "To make a necklace for playing Indian Chief," explained Davy, climbing upon Anne's lap. "He's got 15 already, and everybody else is promised, so there's no use in the rest of us starting to collect too. I tell you, the Bolters are great business people." "Were you a good boy at Mrs. Bolter's?" asked Marilla severely. "Yes. But say, Marilla, I'm tired of being good." "You'd get tired of being bad much sooner, Davy boy," said Anne. "Well, it would be fun while it lasted, wouldn't it?" persisted Davy. "I could be sorry for it afterwards, couldn't I?" "Being sorry wouldn't do away with the consequences of being bad, Davy. Don't you remember the Sunday last summer when you ran away from Sunday school? You told me then that being bad wasn't worthwhile. What were you and Milty doing today? Oh, we fished and chased the cat and hunted for eggs and yelled at the echo. There's a great echo in the bush behind the Bolter barn. Say, what is Echo, Anne? I want to know. Echo is a beautiful nymph, Davy, living far away in the woods and laughing at the world from among the hills. What does she look like? Her hair and eyes are dark, but her neck and arms are white as snow. No mortal can ever see how fair she is. She is fleeter than a deer, and that mocking voice of hers is all we can know of her. You can hear her calling at night. You can hear her laughing under the stars, but you can never see her. She flies afar if you follow her, and laughs at you always just over the next hill. Is that true, Anne, or is it a whopper? Demanded Davy, staring. Davy, said Anne despairingly, haven't you sense enough to distinguish between a fairy tale and a falsehood? Then what is it that sasses back from the Bolter bush? I want to know, insisted Davy. When you are a little older, Davy, I'll explain it all to you. The mention of age evidently gave a new turn to Davy's thoughts, for after a few moments of reflection, he whispered solemnly, Anne, I'm going to be married. When? Asked Anne with equal solemnity. Oh, not until I'm grown up, of course. Well, that's a relief, Davy. Who is the lady? Stella Fletcher. She's in my class at school. And say, Anne, she's the prettiest girl you ever saw. If I die before I grow up, you'll keep an eye on her, won't you? Davy Keith, do stop talking such nonsense, said Marilla severely. 'Tisn't nonsense, protested Davy in an injured tone. She's my promised wife, and if I were to die, she'd be my promised widow, wouldn't she? And she hasn't got a soul to look after her except her old grandmother. Come and have your supper, Anne, said Marilla, and don't encourage that child in his absurd talk. Chapter 23. Paul cannot find the rock people. Life was very pleasant in Avonlea that summer, although Anne, amid all her vacation joys, was haunted by a sense of something gone which should be there. She would not admit, even in her inmost reflections, that this was caused by Gilbert's absence. But when she had to walk home alone from prayer meetings and AVIS powwows, while Diana and Fred and many other gay couples loitered along the dusky, starlit country roads, there was a queer, lonely ache in her heart which she could not explain away. Gilbert did not even write to her, as she thought he might have done. She knew he wrote to Diana occasionally, but she would not inquire about him. And Diana, supposing that Anne heard from him, volunteered no information. Gilbert's mother, who was a gay, frank, light-hearted lady, but not overburdened with tact, had a very embarrassing habit of asking Anne, always in a painfully distinct voice, and always in the presence of a crowd, if she had heard from Gilbert lately. Poor Anne could only blush horribly and murmur, "Not very lately," which was taken by all, Mrs. Blythe included, to be merely a maidenly evasion. Apart from this, Anne enjoyed her summer. Priscilla came for a merry visit in June, and when she had gone, Mr. and Mrs. Irving, Paul and Charlotta the Fourth, came home for July and August. Echo Lodge was the scene of gaieties once more, and the echoes over the river were kept busy mimicking the laughter that rang in the old garden behind the spruces. Miss Lavender had not changed, except to grow even sweeter and prettier. Paul adored her, and the companionship between them was beautiful to see. "But I don't call her mother just by itself," he explained to Anne. "You see, that name belongs just to my own little mother, and I can't give it to anyone else. You know, teacher. But I call her Mother Lavender, and I love her next best to father. I even love her a little better than you, teacher." "Which is just as it ought to be," answered Anne. Paul was 13 now, and very tall for his years. His face and eyes were as beautiful as ever, and his fancy was still like a prism, separating everything that fell upon it into rainbows. He and Anne had delightful rambles to wood and field and shore. Never were there two more thoroughly kindred spirits. Charlotta the Fourth had blossomed out into young ladyhood. She wore her hair now in an enormous pompadour and had discarded the blue ribbon bows of Old Lang Syne. But her face was as freckled, her nose as snubbed, and her mouth and smiles as wide as ever. "You don't think I talk with a Yankee accent, do you, Miss Shirley, Ma'am?" she demanded anxiously. "I don't notice it, Charlotta." "I'm real glad of that. They said I did at home, but I thought likely they just wanted to aggravate me. I don't want no Yankee accent. Not that I've got a word to say against the Yankees, Miss Shirley, Ma'am. They're real civilised. But give me old Prince Edward Island every time." Paul spent his first fortnight with his grandmother Irving in Avonlea. Anne was there to meet him when he came, and found him wild with eagerness to get to the shore. Nora and the Golden Lady and the twin sailors would be there. He could hardly wait to eat his supper. Could he not see Nora's elfin face peering around the point, watching for him wistfully? But it was a very sober Paul who came back from the shore in the twilight. "Didn't you find your rock people?" asked Anne. Paul shook his chestnut curls sorrowfully. "The twin sailors and the Golden Lady never came at all," he said. "Nora was there, but Nora is not the same, teacher. She is changed." "Oh, Paul, it is you who are changed," said Anne. "You have grown too old for the rock people. They like only children for playfellows. I am afraid the twin sailors will never again come to you in the pearly, enchanted boat with the sail of moonshine. And the Golden Lady will play no more on you for her golden harp. Even Nora will not meet you much longer. You must pay the penalty of growing up, Paul. You must leave fairyland behind you." "You two talk as much foolishness as ever you did," said old Mrs. Irving, half indulgently, half reprovingly. "Oh, no, we don't," said Anne, shaking her head gravely. "We are getting very, very wise, and it is such a pity. We are never half so interesting when we have learned that language is given us to enable us to conceal our thoughts." "But it isn't. It is given us to exchange our thoughts," said Mrs. Irving seriously. She had never heard of Talleyrand and did not understand epigrams. Anne spent a fortnight of halcyon days at Echo Lodge in the golden prime of August. While there, she incidentally contrived to hurry Ludovic Speed in his leisurely courting of Theodora Dix, as related duly in another chronicle of her history. Chronicles of Avonlea. Arnold Sherman, an elderly friend of the Irvings, was there at the same time, and added not a little to the general pleasantness of life. "What a nice playtime this has been," said Anne. "I feel like a giant refreshed. And it's only a fortnight more till I go back to Kingsport and Redmond and Patty's Place." "Patty's Place is the dearest spot, Miss Lavender. I feel as if I had two homes, one at Green Gables and one at Patty's Place. But where has the summer gone? It doesn't seem a day since I came home that spring evening with the Mayflowers. When I was little, I couldn't see from one end of the summer to the other. It stretched before me like an unending season. Now 'tis a handbreadth. 'Tis a tale." "Anne, are you and Gilbert Blythe as good friends as you used to be?" asked Miss Lavender quietly. "I am just as much Gilbert's friend as ever I was, Miss Lavender." Miss Lavender shook her head. "I see something's gone wrong, Anne. I'm going to be impertinent and ask what. Have you quarrelled?" "No. It's only that Gilbert wants more than friendship, and I can't give him more." "Are you sure of that, Anne?" "Perfectly sure." "I'm very, very sorry. I wonder why everybody seems to think I ought to marry Gilbert Blythe," said Anne petulantly. "Because you were made and meant for each other, Anne. That is why. You needn't toss that young head of yours. It's a fact." Chapter 24. Enter Jonas. Prospect Point, August 20th. "Dear Anne, spelled with an E," wrote Phil. "I must prop my eyelids open long enough to write you. I've neglected you shamefully this summer, honey. But all my other correspondents have been neglected too. I have a huge pile of letters to answer, so I must gird up the loins of my mind and hoe in. Excuse my mixed metaphors. I'm fearfully sleepy. Last night, Cousin Emily and I were calling at a neighbour's. There were several other callers there, and as soon as those unfortunate creatures left, our hostess and her 3 daughters picked them all to pieces. I knew they would begin on Cousin Emily and me as soon as the door shut behind us. When we came home, Mrs. Lilly informed us that the aforesaid neighbour's hired boy was supposed to be down with scarlet fever. You can always trust Mrs. Lilly to tell you cheerful things like that. I have a horror of scarlet fever. I couldn't sleep when I went to bed for thinking of it. I tossed and tumbled about, dreaming fearful dreams, when I did snooze for a minute. And at 3 I wakened up with a high fever, a sore throat and a raging headache. I knew I had scarlet fever. I got up in a panic and hunted up Cousin Emily's doctor book to read up the symptoms. And I had them all. So I went back to bed, and knowing the worst, slept like a top the rest of the night. Though why a top should sleep sounder than anything else I never could understand. But this morning I was quite well, so it couldn't have been the fever. I suppose if I did catch it last night, it couldn't have developed so soon. I can remember that in daytime, but at 3 o'clock at night I never can be logical. I suppose you wonder what I'm doing at Prospect Point. Well, I always like to spend a month of summer at the shore, and Father insists that I come to his second cousin Emily's select boarding house at Prospect Point. So a fortnight ago I came as usual. And as usual, old Uncle Mark Miller brought me from the station with his ancient buggy and what he calls his generous purpose horse. He is a nice old man, and gave me a handful of pink peppermints. Peppermints always seemed to me such a religious sort of candy. I suppose because when I was a little girl, Grandmother Gordon always gave them to me in church. Once I asked, referring to the smell of peppermints, "Is that the odour of sanctity?" I didn't like to eat Uncle Mark's peppermints because he just fished them loose out of his pocket and had to pick some rusty nails and other things from among them before he gave them to me. But I wouldn't hurt his dear old feelings for anything, so I carefully sowed them along the road at intervals. When the last one was gone, Uncle Mark said, a little rebukingly, "You shouldn't have ate all those candies at once, Miss Phil. You'd likely have the stomach ache." Cousin Emily has only 5 boarders beside myself, 4 old ladies and 1 young man. My right-hand neighbour is Mrs. Lilly. She is one of those people who seem to take a gruesome pleasure in detailing all their many aches and pains and sicknesses. You cannot mention any ailment, but she says, shaking her head, "Ah, I know too well what that is." And then you get to hear all the details. Jonas declares he once spoke of locomotor ataxia in hearing, and she said she knew too well what that was. She suffered from it for 10 years and was finally cured by a travelling doctor. Who is Jonas? Just wait, Anne Shirley. You will hear all about Jonas in the proper time and place. He is not to be mixed up with estimable old ladies. My left-hand neighbour at the table is Mrs. Finney. She always speaks with a wailing, dolorous voice. You are nervously expecting her to burst into tears every moment. She gives you the impression that life to her is indeed a vale of tears, and that a smile, never to speak of a laugh, is a frivolity truly reprehensible. She has a worse opinion of me than Aunt Jasmina, and she doesn't love me hard to atone for it, as Auntie Jay does either. Miss Maria Grimsby sits catty corner from me. The first day I came, I remarked to Miss Maria that it looked a little like rain, and Miss Maria laughed. I said the road from the station was very pretty, and Miss Maria laughed. I said there seemed to be a few mosquitoes left yet, and Miss Maria laughed. I said the Prospect Point was as beautiful as ever, and Miss Maria laughed. If I were to say to Miss Maria, "My father has hanged himself, my mother has taken poison, my brother is in the penitentiary, and I am in the last stages of consumption," Miss Maria would laugh. She can't help it. She was born so, but it is very sad and awful. The 5th old lady is Mrs. Grant. She is a sweet old thing, but she never says anything but good of anybody, and so she is a very uninteresting conversationalist. And now for Jonas, Anne. That first day I came, I saw a young man sitting opposite me at the table, smiling at me as if he had known me from my cradle. I knew, for Uncle Mark had told me, that his name was Jonas Blake, that he was a theological student from St. Columbia, and that he had taken charge of the Point Prospect Mission Church for the summer. He is a very ugly young man. Really, the ugliest young man I've ever seen. He has a big, loose-jointed figure with absurdly long legs. His hair is tow colour and lank. His eyes are green, and his mouth is big, and his ears. But I can never think about his ears if I can help it. He has a lovely voice. If you shut your eyes, he is adorable. And he certainly has a beautiful soul and disposition. We were good chums right way. Of course, he is a graduate of Redmond, and that is a link between us. We fished and boated together, and we walked on the sands by moonlight. He didn't look so homely by moonlight, and, oh, he was nice. Niceness fairly exhaled from him. The old ladies, except Mrs. Grant, don't approve of Jonas because he laughs and jokes, and because he evidently likes the society of frivolous me better than theirs. Somehow, Anne, I don't want him to think me frivolous. This is ridiculous. Why should I care what a tow-haired person called Jonas, whom I never saw before, thinks of me? Last Sunday, Jonas preached in the village church. I went, of course, but I couldn't realise that Jonas was going to preach. The fact that he was a minister, or going to be one, persisted in seeming a huge joke to me. Well, Jonas preached, and by the time he had preached 10 minutes, I felt so small and insignificant that I thought I must be invisible to the naked eye. Jonas never said a word about women, and he never looked at me. But I realised then and there what a pitiful, frivolous, small-souled little butterfly I was, and how horribly different I must be from Jonas's ideal woman. She would be grand and strong and noble. He was so earnest and tender and true. He was everything a minister ought to be. I wondered how I could ever have thought him ugly. But he really is, with those inspired eyes and that intellectual brow which the roughly falling hair hid on weekdays. It was a splendid sermon, and I could have listened to it forever, and it made me feel utterly wretched. Oh, I wish I was like you, Anne. He caught up with me on the road home, and grinned as cheerfully as usual. But his grin could never deceive me again. I had seen the real Jonas. I wondered if he could ever see the real Phil, whom nobody, not even you, Anne, has ever seen yet. Jonas, I said. I forgot to call him Mr. Blake. Wasn't it dreadful? But there are times when things like that don't matter. Jonas, you were born to be a minister. You couldn't be anything else. No, I couldn't, he said soberly. I tried to be something else for a long time. I didn't want to be a minister. But I came to see at last that it was the work given me to do, and God helping me, I shall try to do it. His voice was low and reverent. I thought that he would do his work and do it well and nobly, and happy the woman fitted by nature and training to help him do it. She would be no feather blown about by every fickle wind of fancy. She would always know what hat to put on. Probably she would have only one. Ministers never have much money. But she wouldn't mind having one hat or none at all, because she would have Jonas. Anne Shirley, don't you dare to say or hint or think that I've fallen in love with Mr. Blake. Could I care for a lank, poor, ugly theologue named Jonas? As Uncle Mark says, it's impossible. And what's more, it's improbable. Good night, Phil. P.S. It is impossible, but I am horribly afraid it's true. I'm happy and wretched and scared. He can never care for me, I know. Do you think I could ever develop into a passable minister's wife, Anne? And would they expect me to lead in prayer? P.G. Philippa Gordon. Chapter 25. Enter Prince Charming. I'm contrasting the claims of indoors and out, said Anne, looking from the window of Patty's place to the distant pines of the park. I've an afternoon to spend in sweet doing nothing, Aunt Jimsy. Shall I spend it here, where there is a cosy fire, a plateful of delicious russets, 3 purring and harmonious cats, and 2 impeccable china dogs with green noses? Or shall I go to the park, where there is the lure of grey woods and of grey water lapping on the harbour rocks? If I was as young as you, I'd decide in favour of the park, said Aunt Jasmina, tickling Joseph's yellow ear with a knitting needle. I thought that you claimed to be as young as any of us, Auntie, teased Anne. Yes, in my soul. but I'll admit my legs aren't as young as yours. You go and get some fresh air, Anne. You look pale lately." "I think I'll go to the park," said Anne restlessly. "I don't feel like tame domestic joys today. I want to feel alone and free and wild. The park will be empty, for everyone will be at the football match." "Why didn't you go to it?" "Nobody asked me, sir," she said. "At least nobody but that horrid little Dan Ranger. I wouldn't go anywhere with him, but rather than hurt his poor little tender feelings, I said I wasn't going to the game at all. I don't mind. I'm not in the mood for football today somehow." "You go and get some fresh air," repeated Aunt Jasmina. "But take your umbrella, for I believe it's going to rain. I've rheumatism in my leg." "Only old people should have rheumatism, Auntie." "Anybody is liable to rheumatism in her legs, Anne. It's only old people who should have rheumatism in their souls, though. Thank goodness, I never have. When you get rheumatism in your soul, you might as well go and pick out your coffin." It was November, the month of crimson sunsets, parting birds, deep, sad hymns of the sea, passionate wind songs in the pines. Anne roamed through the pineland alleys in the park, and, as she said, let that great sweeping wind blow the fogs out of her soul. Anne was not wont to be troubled with soul fog, but somehow, since her return to Redmond for this 3rd year, life had not mirrored her spirit back to her with its old, perfect, sparkling clearness. Outwardly, existence at Patty's Place was the same pleasant round of work and study and recreation that it had always been. On Friday evenings, the big fire-lighted living room was crowded by callers and echoed to endless jest and laughter, while Aunt Jasmina smiled beamingly on them all. The Jonas of Phil's letter came often, running up from St. Columbia on the early train and departing on the late. He was a general favourite at Patty's Place, though Aunt Jasmina shook her head and opined that divinity students were not what they used to be. "He's very nice, my dear," she told Phil, "but ministers ought to be graver and more dignified." "Can't a man laugh and be a Christian still?" demanded Phil. "Oh, men, yes, but I was speaking of ministers, my dear," said Aunt Jasmina rebukingly. "And you shouldn't flirt so with Mr. Blake. You really shouldn't." "I'm not flirting with him," protested Phil. Nobody believed her, except Anne. The others thought she was amusing herself as usual, and told her roundly that she was behaving very badly. "Mr. Blake isn't of the Alec and Alonzo type, Phil," said Stella severely. "He takes things seriously. You may break his heart." "Do you really think I could?" asked Phil. "I'd love to think so." "Philippa Gordon, I never thought you were utterly unfeeling. The idea of you saying you'd love to break a man's heart." "I didn't say so, honey. Quote me correctly. I said I'd like to think I could break it. I would like to know I had the power to do it." "I don't understand you, Phil. You are leading that man on deliberately, and you know you don't mean anything by it." "I mean to make him ask me to marry him if I can," said Phil calmly. "I give you up," said Stella hopelessly. Gilbert came occasionally on Friday evenings. He seemed always in good spirits, and held his own in the jests and repartee that flew about. He neither sought nor avoided Anne. When circumstances brought them in contact, he talked to her pleasantly and courteously, as to any newly made acquaintance. The old camaraderie was gone entirely. Anne felt it keenly, but she told herself she was very glad and thankful that Gilbert had got so completely over his disappointment in regard to her. She had really been afraid, that April evening in the orchard, that she had hurt him terribly, and that the wound would be long in healing. Now she saw that she need not have worried. Men have died, and the worms have eaten them, but not for love. Gilbert evidently was in no danger of immediate dissolution. He was enjoying life, and he was full of ambition and zest. For him there was to be no wasting in despair because a woman was fair and cold. Anne, as she listened to the ceaseless badinage that went on between him and Phil, wondered if she had only imagined that look in his eyes when she had told him she could never care for him. There were not lacking those who would gladly have stepped into Gilbert's vacant place, but Anne snubbed them without fear and without reproach. If the real Prince Charming was never to come, she would have none of a substitute. So she sternly told herself that grey day in the windy park. Suddenly, the rain of Aunt Jasmina's prophecy came with a swish and rush. Anne put up her umbrella and hurried down the slope. As she turned out on the harbour road, a savage gust of wind tore along it. Instantly, her umbrella turned wrong side out. Anne clutched at it in despair, and then there came a voice close to her. "Pardon me, may I offer you the shelter of my umbrella?" Anne looked up. Tall and handsome and distinguished-looking. Dark, melancholy, inscrutable eyes. Melting, musical, sympathetic voice. Yes, the very hero of her dreams stood before her in the flesh. He could not have more closely resembled her ideal if he had been made to order. "Thank you," she said confusedly. "We'd better hurry over to that little pavilion on the point," suggested the unknown. "We can wait there until the shower is over. It is not likely to rain so heavily very long." The words were very commonplace, but oh, the tone, and the smile which accompanied them. Anne felt her heart beating strangely. Together they scurried to the pavilion and sat breathlessly down under its friendly roof. Anne laughingly held up her false umbrella. "It is when my umbrella turns inside out that I am convinced of the total depravity of inanimate things," she said gaily. The raindrops sparkled on her shining hair. Its loosened rings curled around her neck and forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes big and starry. Her companion looked down at her admiringly. She felt herself blushing under his gaze. Who could he be? Why, there was a bit of the Redmond white and scarlet pinned to his coat lapel. Yet she had thought she knew, by sight at least, all the Redmond students except the freshmen. And this courtly youth surely was no freshman. "We are schoolmates, I see," he said, smiling at Anne's colours. "That ought to be sufficient introduction. My name is Royal Gardner, and you are the Miss Shirley who read the Tennyson paper at the Philomathic the other evening, aren't you?" "Yes, but I cannot place you at all," said Anne frankly. "Please, where do you belong?" "I feel as if I didn't belong anywhere yet. I put in my freshman and sophomore years at Redmond 2 years ago. I've been in Europe ever since. Now I've come back to finish my arts course." "This is my junior year too," said Anne. "So we are classmates as well as college mates. I am reconciled to the loss of the years that the locust has eaten," said her companion, with a world of meaning in those wonderful eyes of his. The rain came steadily down for the best part of an hour, but the time seemed really very short. When the clouds parted and a burst of pale November sunshine fell athwart the harbour and the pines, Anne and her companion walked home together. By the time they had reached the gate of Patty's place, he had asked permission to call and had received it. Anne went in with cheeks of flame and her heart beating to her fingertips. Rusty, who climbed into her lap and tried to kiss her, found a very absent welcome. Anne, with her soul full of romantic thrills, had no attention to spare just then for a crop-eared pussycat. That evening, a parcel was left at Patty's place for Miss Shirley. It was a box containing a dozen magnificent roses. Phil pounced impertinently on the card that fell from it, read the name and the poetical quotation written on the back. "Royal Gardener!" she exclaimed. "Why, Anne, I didn't know you were acquainted with Roy Gardner." "I met him in the park this afternoon in the rain," explained Anne hurriedly. "My umbrella turned inside out, and he came to my rescue with his." "Oh!" Phil peered curiously at Anne. "And is that exceedingly commonplace incident any reason why he should send us long-stemmed roses by the dozen and a very sentimental rhyme? Or why we should blush divinest rosy red when we look at his card? Anne, thy face betrayeth thee." "Don't talk nonsense, Phil. Do you know Mr. Gardner?" "I've met his two sisters, and I know of him. So does everybody worthwhile in Kingsport. The Gardners are among the richest, bluest of blue noses. Roy is adorably handsome and clever. 2 years ago, his mother's health failed, and he had to leave college and go abroad with her. His father is dead. He must have been greatly disappointed to have to give up his class, but they say he was perfectly sweet about it. Fee, fi, fo, fum, Anne. I smell romance." "Almost do I envy you, but not quite. After all, Roy Gardner isn't Jonas." "You goose," said Anne loftily. But she lay long awake that night, nor did she wish for sleep. Her waking fancies were more alluring than any vision of dreamland. Had the real prince come at last? Recalling those glorious dark eyes which had gazed so deeply into her own, Anne was very strongly inclined to think he had. Chapter 26. Enter Christine. The girls at Patty's place were dressing for the reception which the juniors were giving for the seniors in February. Anne surveyed herself in the mirror of the blue room with girlish satisfaction. She had a particularly pretty gown on. Originally, it had been only a simple little slip of cream silk with a chiffon overdress, but Phil had insisted on taking it home with her in the Christmas holidays and embroidering tiny rosebuds all over the chiffon. Phil's fingers were deft, and the result was a dress which was the envy of every Redmond girl. Even Allie Boone, whose frocks came from Paris, was wont to look with longing eyes on that rosebud concoction as Anne trailed up the main staircase at Redmond Innit. Anne was trying the effect of a white orchid in her hair. Roy Gardner had sent her white orchids for the reception, and she knew no other Redmond girl would have them that night, when Phil came in with an admiring gaze. "Anne, this is certainly your night for looking handsome. 9 nights out of 10 I can easily outshine you. The 10th you blossom out suddenly into something that eclipses me altogether. How do you manage it?" "It's the dress, dear. Fine feathers." "'Tisn't. The last evening you flamed out into beauty, you wore your old blue flannel shirtwaist that Mrs. Lind made you. If Roy hadn't already lost head and heart about you, he certainly would tonight. But I don't like orchids on you, Anne. No, it isn't jealousy. Orchids don't seem to belong to you. They're too exotic, too tropical, too insolent. Don't put them in your hair anyway. Well, I won't. I admit I'm not fond of orchids myself. I don't think they're related to me. Roy doesn't often send them. He knows I like flowers I can live with. Orchids are only things you can visit with. Jonas sent me some dear pink rosebuds for the evening. But he isn't coming himself. He said he had to lead a prayer meeting in the slums. I don't believe he wanted to come. Anne, I'm horribly afraid Jonas doesn't really care anything about me. And I'm trying to decide whether I'll pine away and die, or go on and get my BA and be sensible and useful. You couldn't possibly be sensible and useful, Phil, so you'd better pine away and die, said Anne cruelly. Heartless Anne. Silly Phil, you know quite well that Jonas loves you. But he won't tell me so, and I can't make him. He looks it, I'll admit, but speak to me only with thine eyes isn't a really reliable reason for embroidering doilies and hemstitching tablecloths. I don't want to begin such work until I'm really engaged. It would be tempting fate. Mr. Blake is afraid to ask you to marry him, Phil. He is poor and can't offer you a home such as you've always had. You know that is the only reason he hasn't spoken long ago. I suppose so, agreed Phil dolefully. Well, brightening up, if he won't ask me to marry him, I'll ask him, that's all. So it's bound to come right. I won't worry. By the way, Gilbert Blythe is going about constantly with Christine Stewart. Did you know? Anne was trying to fasten a little gold chain about her throat. She suddenly found the clasp difficult to manage. What was the matter with it? Or with her fingers? No, she said carelessly. Who is Christine Stewart? Ronald Stewart's sister. She's in Kingsport this winter studying music. I haven't seen her, but they say she's very pretty and that Gilbert is quite crazy over her. How angry I was when you refused Gilbert, Anne. But Roy Gardner was foreordained for you. I can see that now. You were right, after all. Anne did not blush, as she usually did when the girls assumed that her eventual marriage to Roy Gardner was a settled thing. All at once she felt rather dull. Phil's chatter seemed trivial and the reception a bore. She boxed poor Rusty's ears. Get off that cushion instantly, you cat, you! Why don't you stay down where you belong? Anne picked up her orchids and went downstairs, where Aunt Jasmina was presiding over a row of coats hung before the fire to warm. Roy Gardner was waiting for Anne and teasing the Sarah cat while he waited. The Sarah cat did not approve of him. She always turned her back on him. But everybody else at Patty's place liked him very much. Aunt Jasmina, carried away by his unfailing and deferential courtesy and the pleading tones of his delightful voice, declared he was the nicest young man she ever knew, and that Anne was a very fortunate girl. Such remarks made Anne restive. Roy's wooing had certainly been as romantic as girlish heart could desire. But she wished Aunt Jasmina and the girls would not take things so for granted. When Roy murmured a poetical compliment as he helped her on with her coat, she did not blush and thrill as usual, and he found her rather silent in their brief walk to Redmond. He thought she looked a little pale when she came out of the co-ed's dressing room. But as they entered the reception room, her colour and sparkle suddenly returned to her. She turned to Roy with her gayest expression. He smiled back at her with what Phil called his deep, black, velvety smile. Yet she really did not see Roy at all. She was acutely conscious that Gilbert was standing under the palms, just across the room, talking to a girl who must be Christine Stewart. She was very handsome, in the stately style destined to become rather massive in middle life. A tall girl, with large dark blue eyes, ivory outlines, and a gloss of darkness on her smooth hair. She looks just as I've always wanted to look, thought Anne miserably. Rose-leaf complexion, starry violet eyes, raven hair. Yes, she has them all. It's a wonder her name isn't Cordelia Fitzgerald into the bargain. But I don't believe her figure is as good as mine, and her nose certainly isn't. Anne felt a little comforted by this conclusion. Chapter 27. Mutual Confidences. March came in that winter, like the meekest and mildest of lambs, bringing days that were crisp and golden and tingling, each followed by a frosty pink twilight, which gradually lost itself in an elf-land of moonshine. Over the girls at Patty's Place was falling the shadow of April examinations. They were studying hard. Even Phil had settled down to text and notebooks with a doggedness not to be expected of her. "I'm going to take the Johnson Scholarship in mathematics," she announced calmly. "I could take the one in Greek easily, but I'd rather take the mathematical one because I want to prove to Jonas that I'm really enormously clever." "Jonas likes you better for your big brown eyes and your crooked smile than for all the brains you carry under your curls," said Anne. "When I was a girl, it wasn't considered ladylike to know anything about mathematics," said Aunt Jasmina. "But times have changed. I don't know that it's all for the better. Can you cook, Phil?" "No, I never cooked anything in my life except a gingerbread, and it was a failure, flat in the middle and hilly round the edges. You know the kind." "But, Auntie, when I begin in good earnest to learn to cook, don't you think the brains that enable me to win a mathematical scholarship will also enable me to learn cooking just as well?" "Maybe," said Aunt Jasmina cautiously. "I am not decrying the higher education of women. My daughter is an M.A. She can cook too. But I taught her to cook before I let a college professor teach her mathematics." In mid-March came a letter from Miss Patty Spofford, saying that she and Miss Maria had decided to remain abroad for another year. "So you may have Patty's Place next winter too," she wrote. "Maria and I are going to run over Egypt. I want to see the Sphinx once before I die." "Fancy those two dames running over Egypt. I wonder if they look up the Sphinx and knit," laughed Priscilla. "I'm so glad we can keep Patty's Place for another year," said Stella. "I was afraid they'd come back, and then our jolly little nest here would be broken up, and we poor callow nestlings thrown out on the cruel world of boarding houses again." "I'm off for a tramp in the park," announced Phil, tossing her book aside. "I think when I'm 80, I'll be glad I went for a walk in the park tonight." "What do you mean?" asked Anne. "Come with me and I'll tell you, honey." They captured in their ramble all the mysteries and magics of a March evening. Very still and mild it was, wrapped in a great, white, brooding silence. a silence which was yet threaded through with many little silvery sounds, which you could hear if you hearkened as much with your soul as your ears. The girls wandered down a long pineland aisle that seemed to lead right out into the heart of a deep red, overflowing winter sunset. "I'd go home and write a poem this blessed minute if I only knew how," declared Phil, pausing in an open space where a rosy light was staining the green tips of the pines. "It's all so wonderful here, this great white stillness, and those dark trees that always seem to be thinking." "The woods were God's first temples," quoted Anne softly. "One can't help feeling reverent and adoring in such a place. I always feel so near him when I walk among the pines." "Anne, I'm the happiest girl in the world," confessed Phil suddenly. "So, Mr. Blake has asked you to marry him at last," said Anne calmly. "Yes, and I sneezed 3 times while he was asking me. Wasn't that horrid? But I said yes almost before he finished. I was so afraid he might change his mind and stop. I'm besottedly happy. I couldn't really believe before that Jonas would ever care for frivolous me." "Phil, you're not really frivolous," said Anne gravely. "Way down underneath that frivolous exterior of yours, you've got a dear, loyal, womanly little soul. Why do you hide it so?" "I can't help it, Queen Anne. You are right. I'm not frivolous at heart. But there's a sort of frivolous skin over my soul and I can't take it off. As Mrs. Poyser says, I'd have to be hatched over again and hatched different before I could change it. But Jonas knows the real me and loves me, frivolity and all. And I love him. I never was so surprised in my life as I was when I found out I loved him. I'd never thought it possible to fall in love with an ugly man. Fancy me coming down to one solitary beau, and one named Jonas. But I mean to call him Joe. That's such a nice, crisp little name. I couldn't nickname Alonzo." "What about Alec and Alonzo?" "Oh, I told them at Christmas that I never could marry either of them. It seems so funny now to remember that I ever thought it possible that I might. They felt so badly I just cried over both of them, howled. But I knew there was only one man in the world I could ever marry. I had made up my own mind for once, and it was real easy too. It's very delightful to feel so sure, and know it's your own sureness and not somebody else's." "Do you suppose you'll be able to keep it up?" "Making up my mind, you mean? I don't know. But Joe has given me a splendid rule. He says, when I'm perplexed, just to do what I would wish I had done when I shall be 80. Anyhow, Joe can make up his mind quickly enough, and it would be uncomfortable to have too much mind in the same house." "What will your father and mother say?" "Father won't say much. He thinks everything I do right. But Mother will talk. Oh, her tongue will be as burny as her nose. But in the end it will be all right." "You'll have to give up a good many things you've always had when you marry Mr. Blake, Phil." "But I'll have him. I won't miss the other things. We're to be married a year from next June. Joe graduates from St. Columbia this spring, you know. Then he's going to take a little mission church down on Patterson Street in the slums. Fancy me in the slums. But I'd go there or to Greenland's icy mountains with him. And this is the girl who would never marry a man who wasn't rich," commented Anne to a young pine tree. "Oh, don't cast up the follies of my youth to me. I shall be poor as gaily as I've been rich. You'll see. I'm going to learn how to cook and make over dresses. I've learnt how to market since I've lived at Patty's place, and once I taught a Sunday school class for a whole summer. Aunt Jasmina says I'll ruin Joe's career if I marry him. But I won't. I know I haven't much sense or sobriety, but I've got what is ever so much better, the knack of making people like me. There is a man in Bolingbroke who lisps and always testifies in prayer meeting. He says, if you can't thine like an electric thar, thine like a candle thick. I'll be Joe's little candlestick. Phil, you're incorrigible. Well, I love you so much that I can't make nice, light, congratulatory little speeches. But I'm heart glad of your happiness. I know, those big grey eyes of yours are brimming over with real friendship, Anne. Some day I'll look the same way at you. You're going to marry Roy, aren't you, Anne? My dear Philippa, did you ever hear of the famous Betty Baxter, who refused a man before he'd axed her? I am not going to emulate that celebrated lady by either refusing or accepting anyone before he axed me. All Redmond knows that Roy is crazy about you, said Phil candidly. And you do love him, don't you, Anne? I suppose so, said Anne reluctantly. She felt that she ought to be blushing while making such a confession, but she was not. On the other hand, she always blushed hotly when anyone said anything about Gilbert Blythe or Christine Stewart in her hearing. Gilbert Blythe and Christine Stewart were nothing to her, absolutely nothing. But Anne had given up trying to analyse the reason of her blushes. As for Roy, of course she was in love with him. Madly so. How could she help it? Was he not her ideal? Who could resist those glorious dark eyes and that pleading voice? Were not half the Redmond girls wildly envious? And what a charming sonnet he had sent her with a box of violets on her birthday. Anne knew every word of it by heart. It was very good stuff of its kind, too. Not exactly up to the level of Keats or Shakespeare. Even Anne was not so deeply in love as to think that. But it was very tolerable magazine verse. And it was addressed to her. Not to Laura or Beatrice or the Maid of Athens, but to her, Anne Shirley. To be told in rhythmical cadences that her eyes were stars of the morning, that her cheek had the flush it stole from the sunrise, that her lips were redder than the roses of paradise was thrillingly romantic. Gilbert would never have dreamed of writing a sonnet to her eyebrows. But then Gilbert could see a joke. She had once told Roy a funny story, and he had not seen the point of it. She recalled the chummy laugh she and Gilbert had had together over it, and wondered uneasily if life with a man who had no sense of humour might not be somewhat uninteresting in the long run. But who could expect a melancholy, inscrutable hero to see the humorous side of things? It would be flatly unreasonable. Chapter 28. A June Evening. I wonder what it would be like to live in a world where it was always June, said Anne, as she came through the spice and bloom of the twilit orchard to the front door steps, where Marilla and Mrs. Rachel were sitting, talking over Mrs. Sampson Coates's funeral, which they had attended that day. Dora sat between them, diligently studying her lessons, but Davy was sitting tailor fashion on the grass, looking as gloomy and depressed as his single dimple would let him. You'd get tired of it, said Marilla with a sigh. I dare say, but just now I feel that it would take me a long time to get tired of it, if it were all as charming as today. Everything loves June. Davy boy, why this melancholy November face in blossom time? I'm just sick and tired of living, said the youthful pessimist. At 10 years? Dear me, how sad. I'm not making fun, said Davy with dignity. I'm discouraged, bringing out the big word with a valiant effort. Why and wherefore? Asked Anne, sitting down beside him. 'Cause the new teacher that come when Mr. Holmes got sick give me 10 sums to do for Monday. It'll take me all day tomorrow to do them. It isn't fair to have work Saturdays. Milty Bolter said he wouldn't do them, but Marilla says I've got to. I don't like Miss Carson a bit. Don't talk like that about your teacher, Davy Keith, said Mrs. Rachel severely. Miss Carson is a very fine girl. There is no nonsense about her. That doesn't sound very attractive, laughed Anne. I like people to have a little nonsense about them, but I'm inclined to have a better opinion of Miss Carson than you have. I saw her in prayer meeting last night, and she has a pair of eyes that can't always look sensible. Now, Davy boy, take heart of grace. Tomorrow will bring another day, and I'll help you with the sums as far as in me lies. Don't waste this lovely hour twixt light and dark worrying over arithmetic. Well, I won't, said Davy, brightening up. If you help me with the sums, I'll have 'em done in time to go fishing with Milty. I wish old Aunt Atossa's funeral was tomorrow instead of today. I wanted to go to it 'cause Milty said his mother said Aunt Atossa would be sure to rise up in her coffin and say sarcastic things to the folks that come to see her buried. But Marilla said she didn't. Poor Atossa laid in her coffin peaceful enough, said Mrs. Lynde solemnly. I never saw her look so pleasant before, that's what. Well, there weren't many tears shed over her, poor old soul. The Alicia Wrights are thankful to be rid of her, and I can't say I blame them a mite. It seems to me a most dreadful thing to go out of the world and not leave one person behind you who is sorry you are gone, said Anne, shuddering. Nobody except her parents ever loved poor Atossa, that's certain, not even her husband, averred Mrs. Lynde. She was his 4th wife. He'd sort of got into the habit of marrying. He only lived a few years after he married her. The doctor said he died of dyspepsia, but I shall always maintain that he died of Atossa's tongue, that's what. Poor soul, she always knew everything about her neighbours, but she was never very well acquainted with herself. Well, she's gone anyhow, and I suppose the next excitement will be Diana's wedding. It seems funny and horrible to think of Diana's being married, sighed Anne, hugging her knees and looking through the gap in the haunted wood to the light that was shining in Diana's room. I don't see what's horrible about it when she's doing so well, said Mrs. Lynde emphatically. Fred Wright has a fine farm and he is a model young man. He certainly isn't the wild, dashing, wicked young man Diana once wanted to marry, smiled Anne. Fred is extremely good. That's just what he ought to be. Would you want Diana to marry a wicked man? Or marry one yourself? Oh, no, I wouldn't want to marry anybody who was wicked. But I think I'd like it if he could be wicked and wouldn't. Now, Fred is hopelessly good. You will have more sense some day, I hope, said Marilla. Marilla spoke rather bitterly. She was grievously disappointed. She knew Anne had refused Gilbert Blythe. Avonlea gossip buzzed over the fact which had leaked out nobody knew how. Perhaps Charlie Sloane had guessed and told his guesses for truth. Perhaps Diana had betrayed it to Fred, and Fred had been indiscreet. At all events, it was known. Mrs. Blythe no longer asked Anne, in public or private, if she had heard lately from Gilbert, but passed her by with a frosty bow. Anne, who had always liked Gilbert's merry, young-hearted mother, was grieved in secret over this. Marilla said nothing, but Mrs. Lynde gave Anne many exasperated digs about it, until fresh gossip reached that worthy lady through the medium of Moody Spurgeon Macpherson's mother, that Anne had another beau at college, who was rich and handsome and good all in one. After that, Mrs. Rachel held her tongue, though she still wished in her inmost heart that Anne had accepted Gilbert. Riches were all very well, but even Mrs. Rachel, practical soul though she was, did not consider them the one essential. If Anne liked the handsome unknown better than Gilbert, there was nothing more to be said. But Mrs. Rachel was dreadfully afraid that Anne was going to make the mistake of marrying for money. Marilla knew Anne too well to fear this, but she felt that something in the universal scheme of things had gone sadly awry. "What is to be will be," said Mrs. Rachel gloomily, "and what isn't to be happens sometimes. I can't help believing it's going to happen in Anne's case. If Providence doesn't interfere, that's what." Mrs. Rachel sighed. She was afraid Providence wouldn't interfere, and she didn't dare to. Anne had wandered down to the Dryad's Bubble and was curled up among the ferns at the root of the big white birch, where she and Gilbert had so often sat in summers gone by. He had gone into the newspaper office again when college closed, and Avonlea seemed very dull without him. He never wrote to her, and Anne missed the letters that never came. To be sure, Roy wrote twice a week. His letters were exquisite compositions, which would have read beautifully in a memoir or biography. Anne felt herself more deeply in love with him than ever when she read them. But her heart never gave the queer, quick, painful bound at sight of his letters, which it had given one day when Mrs. Hiram Sloane had handed her out an envelope addressed in Gilbert's black, upright handwriting. Anne had hurried home to the east gable and opened it eagerly, to find a typewritten copy of some college society report. Only that and nothing more. Anne flung the harmless screed across her room and sat down to write an especial nice epistle to Roy. Diana was to be married in 5 more days. The grey house at Orchard Slope was in a turmoil of baking and brewing and boiling and stewing, for there was to be a big, old-timey wedding. Anne, of course, was to be bridesmaid, as had been arranged when they were 12 years old, and Gilbert was coming from Kingsport to be best man. Anne was enjoying the excitement of the various preparations, but under it all she carried a little heartache. She was, in a sense, losing her dear old chum. Diana's new home would be 2 miles from Green Gables, and the old constant companionship could never be theirs again. Anne looked up at Diana's light and thought how it had beaconed to her for many years. But soon it would shine through the summer twilights no more. 2 big, painful tears welled up in her grey eyes. "Oh," she thought, "how horrible it is that people have to grow up, and marry, and change." Chapter 29. Diana's Wedding. "After all, the only real roses are the pink ones," said Anne, as she tied white ribbon around Diana's bouquet in the westward-looking gable at Orchard Slope. "They are the flowers of love and faith." Diana was standing nervously in the middle of the room, arrayed in her bridal white, her black curls frosted over with the film of her wedding veil. Anne had draped that veil in accordance with the sentimental compact of years before. "It's all pretty much as I used to imagine it long ago, when I wept over your inevitable marriage and our consequent parting," she laughed. "You are the bride of my dreams, Diana, with the lovely misty veil, and I am your bridesmaid. But alas, I haven't the puffed sleeves, though these short lace ones are even prettier. Neither is my heart wholly breaking, nor do I exactly hate Fred." "We are not really parting, Anne," protested Diana. "I'm not going far away. We love each other just as much as ever. We've always kept that oath of friendship we swore long ago, haven't we?" "Yes, we've kept it faithfully. We've had a beautiful friendship, Diana. We've never marred it by one quarrel or coolness or unkind word, and I hope it will always be so. But things can't be quite the same after this. You will have other interests. I'll just be on the outside. But such is life, as Mrs. Rachel says. Mrs. Rachel has given you one of her beloved knitted quilts of the tobacco stripe pattern, and she says when I am married she'll give me one too." "The mean thing about your getting married is that I won't be able to be your bridesmaid," lamented Diana. "I'm to be Phil's bridesmaid next June, when she marries Mr. Blake, and then I must stop, for you know the proverb, 3 times a bridesmaid, never a bride," said Anne, peeping through the window over the pink and snow of the blossoming orchard beneath. "Here comes the minister, Diana." "Oh, Anne," gasped Diana, suddenly turning very pale and beginning to tremble. "Oh, Anne, I'm so nervous. I can't go through with it, Anne. I know I am going to faint." "If you do, I'll drag you down to the rainwater hogshed and drop you in," said Anne unsympathetically. "Cheer up, dearest. Getting married can't be so very terrible when so many people survive the ceremony. See how cool and composed I am, and take courage." "Wait till your turn comes, Miss Anne." "Oh, Anne, I hear Father coming upstairs. Give me my bouquet. Is my veil right? Am I very pale?" "You look just lovely. Di, darling, kiss me goodbye for the last time. Diana Barry will never kiss me again." "Diana Wright will, though. There, Mother's calling. Come." Following the simple, old-fashioned way in vogue then, Anne went down to the parlour on Gilbert's arm. They met at the top of the stairs for the first time since they had left Kingsport, for Gilbert had arrived only that day. Gilbert shook hands courteously. He was looking very well, though, as Anne instantly noted, rather thin. He was not pale. There was a flush on his cheek that had burned into it as Anne came along the hall towards him, in her soft, white dress, with lilies of the valley in the shining masses of her hair. As they entered the crowded parlour together, a little murmur of admiration ran around the room. "What a fine-looking pair they are," whispered the impressible Mrs. Rachel to Marilla. Fred ambled in alone, with a very red face, and then Diana swept in on her father's arm. She did not faint, and nothing untoward occurred to interrupt the ceremony. Feasting and merrymaking followed. Then, as the evening waned, Fred and Diana drove away through the moonlight to their new home, and Gilbert walked with Anne to Green Gables. Something of their old comradeship had returned during the informal mirth of the evening. Oh, it was nice to be walking over that well-known road with Gilbert again. The night was so very still that one should have been able to hear the whisper of roses in blossom, the laughter of daisies, the piping of grasses. Many sweet sounds all tangled up together. The beauty of moonlight on familiar fields irradiated the world. "Can't we take a ramble up Lover's Lane before you go in?" asked Gilbert, as they crossed the bridge over the lake of shining waters, in which the moon lay like a great drowned blossom of gold. Anne assented readily. Lover's Lane was a veritable path in a fairyland that night, a shimmering, mysterious place, full of wizardry in the white-woven enchantment of moonlight. There had been a time when such a walk with Gilbert through Lover's Lane would have been far too dangerous. But Roy and Christine had made it very safe now. Anne found herself thinking a good deal about Christine as she chatted lightly to Gilbert. She had met her several times before leaving Kingsport and had been charmingly sweet to her. Christine had also been charmingly sweet. Indeed, they were a most cordial pair. But for all that, their acquaintance had not ripened into friendship. Evidently, Christine was not a kindred spirit. "Are you going to be in Avonlea all summer?" asked Gilbert. "No, I'm going down east to Valley Road next week. Esther Haythorne wants me to teach for her through July and August. They have a summer term in that school, and Esther isn't feeling well, so I'm going to substitute for her. In one way, I don't mind. Do you know, I'm beginning to feel a little bit like a stranger in Avonlea now. It makes me sorry, but it's true. It's quite appalling to see the number of children who have shot up into big boys and girls. Really young men and women these past 2 years. Half of my pupils are grown up. It makes me feel awfully old to see them in the places you and I and our mates used to fill." Anne laughed and sighed. She felt very old and mature and wise, which showed how young she was. She told herself that she longed greatly to go back to those dear, merry days when life was seen through a rosy mist of hope and illusion, and possessed an indefinable something that had passed away forever. Where was it now? The glory and the dream? "So wags the world away," quoted Gilbert practically, and a trifle absently. Anne wondered if he was thinking of Christine. Oh, Avonlea was going to be so lonely now, with Diana gone. Chapter 30. Mrs. Skinner's Romance. Anne stepped off the train at Valley Road Station and looked about to see if anyone had come to meet her. She was to board with a certain Miss Janet Sweet, but she saw no one who answered in the least to her preconception of that lady, as formed from Esther's letter. The only person in sight was an elderly woman, sitting in a wagon with mail bags piled around her. 200 would have been a charitable guess at her weight. Her face was as round and red as a harvest moon, and almost as featureless. She wore a tight black cashmere dress, made in the fashion of 10 years ago, a little dusty black straw hat, trimmed with bows of yellow ribbon, and faded black lace mitts. "Here you," she called, waving her whip at Anne. Are you the new Valley Road schoolmarm? Yes. Well, I thought so. Valley Road is noted for its good-looking schoolmarms, just as Millersville is noted for its homely ones. Janet Sweet asked me this morning if I could bring you out. I said, certain I can, if she don't mind being scrunched up some. This rig of mine's kinder small for the mail bags, and I'm some heftier than Thomas. Just wait, miss, till I shift these bags a bit and I'll tuck you in somehow. It's only 2 miles to Janet's. Her next-door neighbour's hired boy is coming for your trunk tonight. My name is Skinner. Amelia Skinner. Anne was eventually tucked in, exchanging amused smiles with herself during the process. Jog along, black mare, commanded Mrs. Skinner, gathering up the reins in her pudgy hands. This is my first trip on the mail route. Thomas wanted to hoe his turnips today, so he asked me to come. So I just sat down and took a standing up snack and started. I sort of like it. Of course, it's rather tedious. Part of the time I sits and thinks, and the rest I just sits. Jog along, black mare. I want to get home early. Thomas is terrible lonesome when I'm away. You see, we haven't been married very long. Oh, said Anne politely. Just a month. Thomas courted me for quite a spell, though. It was real romantic. Anne tried to picture Mrs. Skinner on speaking terms with romance, and failed. Yes, you see, there were another man after me. Jog along, black mare. I'd been a widow so long, folks had given up expecting me to marry again. But when my daughter, she's a schoolmarm like you, went out west to teach, I felt real lonesome, and wasn't nowise sot against the idea. By, Thomas began to come up, and so did the other fella, William Obadiah Seaman, his name was. For a long time I couldn't make up my mind which of them to take, and they kept coming, and I kept worrying. You see, William Obadiah was rich. He had a fine place and carried considerable style. He was by far the best match. Jog along, black mare. Why didn't you marry him? Asked Anne. Well, you see, he didn't love me, answered Mrs. Skinner solemnly. Anne opened her eyes widely and looked at Mrs. Skinner, but there was not a glint of humour on that lady's face. Evidently, Mrs. Skinner saw nothing amusing in her own case. He'd been a widow man for 3 year, and his sister kept house for him. Then she got married, and he just wanted someone to look after his house. It was worth looking after too, mind you that. It's a handsome house. Jog along, black mare. As for Thomas, he was poor, and if his house didn't leak in dry weather, it was about all that could be said for it, though it looks kind of picturesque. But you see, I loved Thomas, and I didn't care 1 red cent for William Obadiah. So I argued it out with myself. Sarah Crow, says I. My first was a crow. You can marry your rich man if you like, but you won't be happy. Folks can't get along together in this world without a little bit of love. You'd just better tie up to Thomas, for he loves you, and you love him, and nothing else ain't going to do you. Jog along, black mare. So I told Thomas I'd take him. All the time I was getting ready, I never dared drive past William Obadiah's place, for fear the sight of that fine house of his would put me in the swithers again. But now I never think of it at all, and I'm just that comfortable and happy with Thomas. Jog along, black mare. How did William Obadiah take it? Queried Anne. Oh, he rumpused a bit. But he's going to see a skinny old maid in Millersville now, and I guess she'll take him fast enough. She'll make him a better wife than his first did. William Obadiah never wanted to marry her. He just asked her to marry him because his father wanted him to, never dreaming but that she'd say no. But mind you, she said yes. There was a predicament for you. Jog along, black mare. She was a great housekeeper, but most awful mean. She wore the same bonnet for 18 years. Then she got a new one, and William Obadiah met her on the road and didn't know her. Jog along, black mare. I feel that I'd had a narrow escape. I might have married him and been most awful miserable, like my poor cousin Jane Ann. Jane Ann married a rich man she didn't care anything about, and she hasn't the life of her dog. She come to see me last week and says she, Sarah Skinner, I envy you. I'd rather live in a little hut on the side of the road with a man I was fond of than in my big house with the one I've got. Jane Ann's man ain't such a bad sort, nother, though he's so contrary that he wears his fur coat when the thermometer's at 90. The only way to get him to do anything is to coax him to do the opposite. But there ain't any love to smooth things down, and it's a poor way of living. Jog along, black mare. There's Janet's place in the hollow. Wayside, she calls it. Quite picturesque, ain't it? I guess you'll be glad to get out of this, with all them mail bags jamming round you. Yes, but I have enjoyed my drive with you very much, said Anne sincerely. Get away now, said Mrs. Skinner, highly flattered. Wait till I tell Thomas that. He always feels dreadful tickled when I get a compliment. Jog along, black mare. Well, here we are. I hope you'll get on well in the school, miss. There's a short cut to it, through the back of Janet's. If you take that way, be awful careful. If you once got stuck in that black mud, you'd be sucked right down and never seen or heard tell of again till the day of judgment, like Adam Palmer's cow. Jog along, black mare. Chapter 31. Anne to Philippa. Anne Shirley to Philippa Gordon. Greeting. Well, beloved, it's high time I was writing you. Here am I, installed once more as a country schoolmarm at Valley Road, boarding at Wayside, the home of Miss Janet Sweet. Janet is a dear soul, and very nice looking. Tall, but not over tall. Stoutish, yet with a certain restraint of outline suggestive of a thrifty soul who is not going to be over lavish, even in the matter of avoirdupois. She has a knot of soft, crimpy brown hair with a thread of grey in it, a sunny face with rosy cheeks, and big, kind eyes as blue as forget-me-nots. Moreover, she is one of those delightful old-fashioned cooks who don't care a bit if they ruin your digestion as long as they can give you feasts of fat things. I like her, and she likes me. Principally, it seems, because she had a sister named Anne who died young. I'm real glad to see you, she said briskly, when I landed in her yard. My, you don't look a mite like I expected. I was sure you'd be dark. My sister Anne was dark, and here you're red-headed. For a few minutes, I thought I wasn't going to like Janet as much as I had expected at first sight. Then I reminded myself that I really must be more sensible than to be prejudiced against anyone, simply because she called my hair red. Probably the word auburn was not in Janet's vocabulary at all. Wayside is a dear sort of little spot. The house is small and white, set down in a delightful little hollow that drops away from the road. Between road and house is an orchard and flower garden all mixed up together. The front door walk is bordered with quahog clamshells. Cowhawks, Janet calls them. There is Virginia creeper over the porch and moss on the roof. My room is a neat little spot off the parlour, just big enough for the bed and me. Over the head of my bed there is a picture of Robbie Burns standing at Highland Mary's grave, shadowed by an enormous weeping willow tree. Robbie's face is so lugubrious that it is no wonder I have bad dreams. Why, the first night I was here, I dreamed I couldn't laugh. The parlour is tiny and neat. Its one window is so shaded by a huge willow that the room has a grotto-like effects of emerald gloom. There are wonderful tidies on the chairs, and gay mats on the floor, and books and cards carefully arranged on a round table, and vases of dried grass on the mantelpiece. Between the vases is a cheerful decoration of preserved coffin plates, 5 in all, pertaining respectively to Janet's father and mother, a brother, her sister Anne, and a hired man who died here once. If I go suddenly insane some of these days, know all men by these presents that those coffin plates have caused it. But it's all delightful, and I said so. Janet loved me for it, just as she detested poor Esther, because Esther had said so much shade was unhygienic and had objected to sleeping on a feather bed. Now, I glory in feather beds, and the more unhygienic and feathery they are, the more I glory. Janet says it is such a comfort to see me eat. She had been so afraid I would be like Miss Haythorn, who wouldn't eat anything but fruit and hot water for breakfast, and tried to make Janet give up frying things. Esther is really a dear girl, but she is rather given to fads. The trouble is that she hasn't enough imagination and has a tendency to indigestion. Janet told me I could have the use of the parlour when any young men called. I don't think there are many to call. I haven't seen a young man in Valley Road yet, except the next-door hired boy, Sam Tolliver, a very tall, lank, tow-haired youth. He came over one evening recently and sat for an hour on the garden fence, near the front porch where Janet and I were doing fancy work. The only remarks he volunteered in all that time were, "Ever peppermint, miss? Do you know, fine thing for Carrara peppermints? And, powerful lot of jump grasses round here tonight. Yep." But there is a love affair going on here. It seems to be my fortune to be mixed up more or less actively with elderly love affairs. Mr. and Mrs. Irving always say that I brought about their marriage. Mr. Stephen Clark of Carmody persists in being most grateful to me for a suggestion which somebody else would probably have made if I hadn't. I do really think, though, that Ludwig Speed would never have got any further along than placid courtship if I had not helped him and Theodora Dix out. In the present affair, I am only a passive spectator. I've tried once to help things along and made an awful mess of it. So I shall not meddle again. I'll tell you all about it when we meet. Chapter 32. Tea with Mrs. Douglas. On the first Thursday night of Anne's sojourn in Valley Road, Janet asked her to go to a prayer meeting. Janet blossomed out like a rose to attend that prayer meeting. She wore a pale blue, pansy-sprinkled muslin dress with more ruffles than one would ever have supposed economical Janet could be guilty of, and a white leghorn hat with pink roses and 3 ostrich feathers on it. Anne felt quite amazed. Later on, she found out Janet's motive in so arraying herself. a motive as old as Eden. Valley Road prayer meetings seemed to be essentially feminine. There were 32 women present, 2 half-grown boys, and 1 solitary man beside the minister. Anne found herself studying this man. He was not handsome, or young, or graceful. He had remarkably long legs, so long that he had to keep them coiled up under his chair to dispose of them, and he was stoop-shouldered. His hands were big, his hair wanted barbering, and his moustache was unkempt. But Anne thought she liked his face. It was kind and honest and tender. There was something else in it too. Just what? Anne found it hard to define. She finally concluded that this man had suffered and been strong, and it had been made manifest in his face. There was a sort of patient, humorous endurance in his expression, which indicated that he would go to the stake if need be, but would keep on looking pleasant until he really had to begin squirming. When prayer meeting was over, this man came up to Janet and said, "May I see you home, Janet?" Janet took his arm, as primly and shyly as if she were no more than 16, having her first escort home. Anne told the girls at Patty's place later on. "Miss Shirley, permit me to introduce Mr. Douglas," she said stiffly. Mr. Douglas nodded and said, "I was looking at you in prayer meeting, miss, and thinking what a nice little girl you were." Such a speech from 99 people out of 100 would have annoyed Anne bitterly, but the way in which Mr. Douglas said it made her feel that she had received a very real and pleasing compliment. She smiled appreciatively at him and dropped obligingly behind on the moonlit road. So Janet had a beau. Anne was delighted. Janet would make a paragon of a wife. Cheery, economical, tolerant, and a very queen of cooks. It would be a flagrant waste on nature's part to keep her a permanent old maid. "John Douglas asked me to take you up to see his mother," said Janet the next day. "She's bedrid a lot of the time and never goes out of the house. But she's powerful fond of company and always wants to see my boarders. Can you go up this evening?" Anne assented, but later in the day Mr. Douglas called on his mother's behalf to invite them to tea on Saturday evening. "Oh, why didn't you put on your pretty pansy dress?" asked Anne when they left home. It was a hot day, and poor Janet, between her excitement and her heavy black cashmere dress, looked as if she was being broiled alive. "Old Mrs. Douglas would think it terribly frivolous and unsuitable, I'm afraid. John likes that dress, though," she added wistfully. The old Douglas homestead was 1/2 mile from Wayside, cresting a windy hill. The house itself was large and comfortable, old enough to be dignified, and girdled with maple groves and orchards. There were big, trim barns behind it, and everything bespoke prosperity. Whatever the patient endurance in Mr. Douglas' face had meant, it hadn't, so Anne reflected, meant debts and duns. John Douglas met them at the door and took them into the sitting room, where his mother was enthroned in an armchair. Anne had expected old Mrs. Douglas to be tall and thin, because Mr. Douglas was. Instead, she was a tiny scrap of a woman, with soft pink cheeks, mild blue eyes, and a mouth like a baby's. Dressed in a beautiful, fashionably made black silk dress, with a fluffy white shawl over her shoulders, and her snowy hair surmounted by a dainty lace cap. She might have posed as a grandmother doll. "How do you do, Janet, dear?" she said sweetly. "I am so glad to see you again, dear." She put up her pretty old face to be kissed. "And this is our new teacher. I'm delighted to meet you. My son has been singing your praises until I'm half jealous, and I'm sure Janet ought to be wholly so." Poor Janet blushed. Anne said something polite and conventional, and then everybody sat down and made talk. It was hard work, even for Anne, for nobody seemed at ease except old Mrs. Douglas, who certainly did not find any difficulty in talking. She made Janet sit by her and stroked her hand occasionally. Janet sat and smiled, looking horribly uncomfortable in her hideous dress, and John Douglas sat without smiling. At the tea table, Mrs. Douglas gracefully asked Janet to pour the tea. Janet turned redder than ever, but did it. Anne wrote a description of that meal to Stella. "We had cold tongue and chicken and strawberry preserves, lemon pie and tarts, and chocolate cake and raisin cookies and pound cake and fruit cake, and a few other things, including more pie. Caramel pie, I think it was. After I had eaten twice as much as was good for me, Mrs. Douglas sighed and said she feared she had nothing to tempt my appetite. "I'm afraid dear Janet's cooking has spoiled you for any other," she said sweetly. "Of course, nobody in Valley Road aspires to rival her. Won't you have another piece of pie, Miss Shirley? You haven't eaten anything." Stella, I had eaten a helping of tongue and one of chicken, 3 biscuits, a generous allowance of preserves, a piece of pie, a tart, and a square of chocolate cake. After tea, Mrs. Douglas smiled benevolently and told John to take dear Janet out into the garden and get her some roses. "Miss Shirley will keep me company while you are out, won't you?" she said plaintively. She settled down in her armchair with a sigh. "I am a very frail old woman, Miss Shirley. For over 20 years I've been a great sufferer. For 20 long, weary years I've been dying by inches." "How painful," said Anne, trying to be sympathetic and succeeding only in feeling idiotic. "There have been scores of nights when they've thought I could never live to see the dawn," went on Mrs. Douglas solemnly. "Nobody knows what I've gone through. Nobody can know but myself. Well, it can't last very much longer now. My weary pilgrimage will soon be over, Miss Shirley. It is a great comfort to me that John will have such a good wife to look after him when his mother is gone. A great comfort, Miss Shirley." "Janet is a lovely woman," said Anne warmly. "Lovely, a beautiful character," assented Mrs. Douglas. "And a perfect housekeeper, something I never was. My health would not permit it, Miss Shirley. I am indeed thankful that John has made such a wise choice. I hope and believe that he will be happy. He is my only son, Miss Shirley, and his happiness lies very near my heart." "Of course," said Anne stupidly. For the first time in her life, she was stupid, yet she could not imagine why. She seemed to have absolutely nothing to say to this sweet, smiling, angelic old lady who was patting her hand so kindly. "Come and see me soon again, dear Janet," said Mrs. Douglas lovingly when they left. "You don't come half often enough. But then I suppose John will be bringing you here to stay all the time one of these days." Anne, happening to glance at John Douglas as his mother spoke, gave a positive start of dismay. He looked as a tortured man might look when his tormentors gave the rack the last turn of possible endurance. She felt sure he must be ill, and hurried poor blushing Janet away. "Isn't old Mrs. Douglas a sweet woman?" asked Janet as they went down the road. Answered Anne absently. She was wondering why John Douglas had looked so. "She's been a terrible sufferer," said Janet feelingly. "She takes terrible spells. It keeps John all worried up. He's scared to leave home for fear his mother will take a spell, and nobody there but the hired girl." Chapter 33. He just kept coming and coming. 3 days later, Anne came home from school and found Janet crying. Tears and Janet seemed so incongruous that Anne was honestly alarmed. "Oh, what is the matter?" she cried anxiously. I'm 40 today," sobbed Janet. "Well, you were nearly that yesterday and it didn't hurt," comforted Anne, trying not to smile. But, went on Janet with a big gulp, "John Douglas won't ask me to marry him." "Oh, but he will," said Anne lamely. "You must give him time, Janet." "Time?" said Janet with indescribable scorn. "He has had 20 years. How much time does he want?" "Do you mean that John Douglas has been coming to see you for 20 years? "He has, and he has never so much as mentioned marriage to me. And I don't believe he ever will now. I've never said a word to a mortal about it, but it seems to me I've just got to talk it out with someone at last, or go crazy. John Douglas begun to go with me 20 years ago, before Mother died. Well, he kept coming and coming, and after a spell I begun making quilts and things. But he never said anything about getting married, only just kept coming and coming. There wasn't anything I could do. Mother died when we'd been going together for 8 years. I thought he maybe would speak out then, seeing as I was left alone in the world. He was real kind and feeling, and did everything he could for me, but he never said marry. And that's the way it has been going on ever since. People blame me for it. They say I won't marry him because his mother is so sickly and I don't want the bother of waiting on her. Why, I'd love to wait on John's mother. But I let them think so. I'd rather they'd blame me than pity me. It's so dreadful humiliating that John won't ask me. And why won't he? Seems to me if I only knew his reason, I wouldn't mind it so much. Perhaps his mother doesn't want him to marry anybody, suggested Anne. Oh, she does. She's told me time and again that she'd love to see John settled before her time comes. She's always giving him hints. You heard her yourself the other day. I thought I'd have gone through the floor. It's beyond me, said Anne helplessly. She thought of Ludwig's speed, but the cases were not parallel. John Douglas was not a man of Ludwig's type. You should show more spirit, Janet, she went on resolutely. Why didn't you send him about his business long ago? I couldn't, said poor Janet pathetically. You see, Anne, I've always been awful fond of John. He might just as well keep coming as not, for there was never anybody else I'd want, so it didn't matter. But it might have made him speak out like a man, urged Anne. Janet shook her head. No, I guess not. I was afraid to try anyway, for fear he'd think I meant it and just go. I suppose I'm a poor-spirited creature, but that is how I feel, and I can't help it. Oh, you could help it, Janet. It isn't too late yet. Take a firm stand. Let that man know you are not going to endure his shilly-shallying any longer. I'll back you up. I dunno, said Janet hopelessly. I dunno if I could ever get up enough spunk. Things have drifted so long. But I'll think it over. Anne felt that she was disappointed in John Douglas. She had liked him so well, and she had not thought him the sort of man who would play fast and loose with a woman's feelings for 20 years. He certainly should be taught a lesson, and Anne felt vindictively that she would enjoy seeing the process. Therefore, she was delighted when Janet told her, as they were going to prayer meeting the next night, that she meant to show some spirit. I'll let John Douglas see I'm not going to be trodden on any longer. You are perfectly right, said Anne emphatically. When prayer meeting was over, John Douglas came up with his usual request. Janet looked frightened, but resolute. No, thank you, she said icily. I know the road home pretty well alone. I ought to, seeing I've been travelling it for 40 years. So you needn't trouble yourself, Mr. Douglas. Anne was looking at John Douglas, and in that brilliant moonlight she saw the last twist of the rack again. Without a word he turned and strode down the road. Stop! Stop! Anne called wildly after him, not caring in the least for the other dumbfounded onlookers. Mr. Douglas, stop! Come back! John Douglas stopped, but he did not come back. Anne flew down the road, caught his arm, and fairly dragged him back to Janet. You must come back, she said imploringly. It's all a mistake, Mr. Douglas. All my fault. I made Janet do it. She didn't want to. But it's all right now, isn't it, Janet? Without a word, Janet took his arm and walked away. Anne followed them meekly home and slipped in by the back door. Well, you are a nice person to back me up, said Janet sarcastically. I couldn't help it, Janet, said Anne repentantly. I just felt as if I had stood by and seen murder done. I had to run after him. Oh, I'm just as glad you did. When I saw John Douglas making off down the road, I just felt as if every little bit of joy and happiness that was left in my life was going with him. It was an awful feeling. Did he ask you why you did it? Asked Anne. No, he never said a word about it, replied Janet dully. Chapter 34. John Douglas speaks at last. Anne was not without a feeble hope that something might come of it after all. But nothing did. John Douglas came and took Janet driving and walked home from prayer meeting with her, as he had been doing for 20 years, and as he seemed likely to do for 20 years more. The summer waned. Anne taught her school and wrote letters and studied a little. Her walks to and from school were pleasant. She always went by way of the swamp. It was a lovely place, a boggy soil, green with the greenest of mossy hillocks. A silvery brook meandered through it, and spruces stood erectly, their boughs a trail with grey-green mosses, their roots overgrown with all sorts of woodland lovelinesses. Nevertheless, Anne found life in Valley Road a little monotonous. To be sure, there was one diverting incident. She had not seen the lank, tow-headed Samuel of the Peppermints since the evening of his call, save for chance meetings on the road. But one warm August night he appeared and solemnly seated himself on the rustic bench by the porch. He wore his usual working habiliments, consisting of vari-patched trousers, a blue jean shirt, out at the elbows, and a ragged straw hat. He was chewing a straw, and he kept on chewing it while he looked solemnly at Anne. Anne laid her book aside with a sigh and took up her doily. Conversation with Sam was really out of the question. After a long silence, Sam suddenly spoke. "I'm leaving over there," he said abruptly, waving his straw in the direction of the neighbouring house. "Oh, are you?" said Anne politely. "Yep." "And where are you going now?" "Well, I've been thinking some of getting a place of my own. There's one that'd suit me over at Millersville. But if I rents it, I'll want a woman." "I suppose so," said Anne vaguely. "Yep." There was another long silence. Finally, Sam removed his straw again and said, "Will you have me?" What? Gasped Anne. "Will you have me?" "Do you mean marry you?" queried poor Anne feebly. "Yep." "Why, I'm hardly acquainted with you," cried Anne indignantly. "But you'd get acquainted with me after we were married," said Sam. Anne gathered up her poor dignity. "Certainly I won't marry you," she said haughtily. "Well, you might do worse," expostulated Sam. "I'm a good worker and I've got some money in the bank." "Don't speak of this to me again. Whatever put such an idea into your head?" said Anne, her sense of humour getting the better of her wrath. It was such an absurd situation. "You're a likely-looking girl and have a right smart way of stepping," said Sam. "I don't want no lazy woman. Think it over. I won't change my mind yet a while. Well, I must be getting. Got to milk the cows." Anne's illusions concerning proposals had suffered so much of late years that there were few of them left. So she could laugh wholeheartedly over this one, not feeling any secret sting. She mimicked poor Sam to Janet that night, and both of them laughed immoderately over his plunge into sentiment. One afternoon, when Anne's sojourn in Valley Road was drawing to a close, Alec Ward came driving down to Wayside in hot haste for Janet. "They want you at the Douglas place quick," he said. "I really believe old Mrs. Douglas is going to die at last, after pretending to do it for 20 years. Janet ran to get her hat. Anne asked if Mrs. Douglas was worse than usual. "She's not half as bad," said Alec solemnly, "and that's what makes me think it's serious. Other times she'd be screaming and throwing herself all over the place. This time she's lying still and mum. When Mrs. Douglas is mum, she is pretty sick, you bet." "You don't like old Mrs. Douglas?" said Anne curiously. "I like cats, as is cats," I don't like cats as is women, was Alec's cryptic reply. Janet came home in the twilight. Mrs. Douglas is dead, she said wearily. She died soon after I got there. She just spoke to me once. I suppose you'll marry John now, she said. It cut me to the heart, Anne. To think John's own mother thought I wouldn't marry him because of her. I couldn't say a word either. There were other women there. I was thankful John had gone out. Janet began to cry drearily, but Anne brewed her a hot drink of ginger tea to her comforting. To be sure, Anne discovered later on that she had used white pepper instead of ginger, but Janet never knew the difference. The evening after the funeral, Janet and Anne were sitting on the front porch steps at sunset. The wind had fallen asleep in the pine lands, and lurid sheets of heat lightning flickered across the northern skies. Janet wore her ugly black dress and looked her very worst, her eyes and nose red from crying. They talked little, for Janet seemed faintly to resent Anne's efforts to cheer her up. She plainly preferred to be miserable. Suddenly the gate latch clicked, and John Douglas strode into the garden. He walked towards them straight over the geranium bed. Janet stood up. So did Anne. Anne was a tall girl and wore a white dress, but John Douglas did not see her. Janet, he said, will you marry me? The words burst out as if they had been wanting to be said for 20 years and must be uttered now, before anything else. Janet's face was so red from crying that it couldn't turn any redder, so it turned a most unbecoming purple. Why didn't you ask me this before? She said slowly. I couldn't. She made me promise not to. Mother made me promise not to. 19 years ago she took a terrible spell. We thought she couldn't live through it. She implored me to promise not to ask you to marry me while she was alive. I didn't want to promise such a thing, even though we all thought she couldn't live very long. The doctor only gave her 6 months. But she begged it on her knees, sick and suffering. I had to promise. What had your mother against me? Cried Janet. Nothing. Nothing. She just didn't want another woman, any woman, there while she was living. She said if I didn't promise, she'd die right there and I'd have killed her. So I promised. And she's held me to that promise ever since, though I've gone on my knees to her in my turn to beg her to let me off. Why didn't you tell me this? Asked Janet chokingly. If I'd only known. Why didn't you just tell me? She made me promise I wouldn't tell a soul, said John hoarsely. She swore me to it on the Bible, Janet. I'd never have done it if I'd have dreamed it was to be for so long. Janet, you'll never know what I've suffered these 19 years. I know I've made you suffer too. But you'll marry me for all, won't you, Janet? Oh, Janet, won't you? I've come as soon as I could to ask you. At this moment, the stupefied Anne came to her senses and realised that she had no business to be there. She slipped away and did not see Janet until the next morning, when the latter told her the rest of the story. That cruel, relentless, deceitful old woman, cried Anne. Hush, she's dead, said Janet solemnly. If she wasn't, but she is, so we mustn't speak evil of her. But I'm happy at last, Anne, and I wouldn't have minded waiting so long a bit if I'd only known why. When are you to be married? Next month. Of course it will be very quiet. I suppose people will talk terrible. They'll say I made enough haste to snap John up as soon as his poor mother was out of the way. John wanted to let them know the truth, but I said, "No, John. After all, she was your mother, and we'll keep the secret between us, and not cast any shadow on her memory. I don't mind what people say, now that I know the truth myself. It don't matter a mite. Let it all be buried with the dead, says I to him." So I coaxed him round to agree with me. "You're much more forgiving than I could ever be," Anne said, rather crossly. "You'll feel differently about a good many things when you get to be my age," said Janet tolerantly. "That's one of the things we learn as we grow older. How to forgive. It comes easier at 40 than it did at 20. Chapter 35. The last Redmond year opens. "Here we are, all back again, nicely sunburned and rejoicing as a strong man to run a race," said Phil, sitting down on a suitcase with a sigh of pleasure. "Isn't it jolly to see this dear old Patty's place again? And Auntie. And the cats. Rusty has lost another piece of ear, hasn't he?" "Rusty would be the nicest cat in the world if he had no ears at all," declared Anne loyally from her trunk, while Rusty writhed about her lap in a frenzy of welcome. "Aren't you glad to see us back, Auntie?" demanded Phil. "Yes, but I wish you'd tidy things up," said Aunt Jasmina plaintively, looking at the wilderness of trunks and suitcases by which the 4 laughing, chattering girls were surrounded. "You can talk just as well later on. Work first and then play used to be my motto when I was a girl." "Oh, we've just reversed that in this generation, Auntie. Our motto is play your play and then dig in. You can do your work so much better if you've had a good bout of play first." "If you are going to marry a minister," said Aunt Jasmina, picking up Joseph and her knitting and resigning herself to the inevitable with the charming grace that made her the queen of house mothers, "you will have to give up such expressions as dig in." "Why?" moaned Phil. "Oh, why must a minister's wife be supposed to utter only prunes and prisms? I shan't. Everybody on Patterson Street uses slang, that is to say, metaphorical language, and if I didn't, they would think me insufferably proud and stuck up." "Have you broken the news to your family?" asked Priscilla, feeding the Sarah cat bits from her lunch basket. Phil nodded. "How did they take it?" "Oh, Mother rampaged, but I stood rock firm. Even I, Philippa Gordon, who never before could hold fast to anything. Father was calmer. Father's own daddy was a minister, so you see he has a soft spot in his heart for the cloth. I had Joe up to Mount Holly after Mother grew calm, and they both loved him. But Mother gave him some frightful hints in every conversation regarding what she had hoped for me. Oh, my vacation pathway hasn't been exactly strewn with roses, girls dear. But I've won out and I've got Joe. Nothing else matters." "To you," said Aunt Jasmina darkly. "Nor to Joe either," retorted Phil. "You keep on pitying him. Why, pray? I think he's to be envied. He's getting brains, beauty, and a heart of gold in me." "It's well we know how to take your speeches," said Aunt Jasmina patiently. "I hope you don't talk like that before strangers. What would they think?" "Oh, I don't want to know what they think. I don't want to see myself as others see me. I'm sure it would be horribly uncomfortable most of the time. I don't believe Burns was really sincere in that prayer either. Oh, I dare say we all pray for some things that we really don't want, if we were only honest enough to look into our hearts, owned Aunt Jasmina candidly. I've a notion that such prayers don't rise very far. I used to pray that I might be enabled to forgive a certain person, but I know now I really didn't want to forgive her. When I finally got that I did want to, I forgave her without having to pray about it. I can't picture you as being unforgiving for long, said Stella. Oh, I used to be. But holding spite doesn't seem worthwhile when you get along in years. That reminds me, said Anne, and told the tale of John and Janet. And now tell us about that romantic scene you hinted so darkly at in one of your letters, demanded Phil. Anne acted out Samuel's proposal with great spirit. The girls shrieked with laughter, and Aunt Jasmina smiled. It isn't in good taste to make fun of your beau, she said severely. But, she added calmly, I always did it myself. Tell us about your beau, Auntie, entreated Phil. You must have had any number of them. They're not in the past tense, retorted Aunt Jasmina. I've got them yet. There are 3 old widowers at home who have been casting sheep's eyes at me for some time. You children needn't think you own all the romance in the world. Widowers and sheep's eyes don't sound very romantic, Auntie. Well, no, but young folks aren't always romantic either. Some of my beaux certainly weren't. I used to laugh at them scandalous poor boys. There was Jim Elwood. He was always in a sort of daydream, never seemed to sense what was going on. He didn't wake up to the fact that I'd said no till a year after I'd said it. When he did get married, his wife fell out of the sleigh one night when they were driving home from church, and he never missed her. Then there was Dan Whiston. He knew too much. He knew everything in this world and most of what is in the next. He could give you an answer to any question, even if you asked him when the judgment day was to be. Milton Edwards was real nice, and I liked him, but I didn't marry him. For one thing, he took a week to get a joke through his head, and for another he never asked me. Horatio Reeve was the most interesting beau I ever had. But when he told a story, he dressed it up so that you couldn't see it for frills. I never could decide whether he was lying or just letting his imagination run loose. And what about the others, Auntie? Go away and unpack, said Aunt Jasmina, waving Joseph at them by mistake for a needle. The others were too nice to make fun of. I shall respect their memory. There's a box of flowers in your room, Anne. They came about an hour ago. After the first week, the girls of Patty's Place settled down to a steady grind of study, for this was their last year at Redmond, and graduation honours must be fought for persistently. Anne devoted herself to English. Priscilla pored over classics, and Philippa pounded away at mathematics. Sometimes they grew tired, sometimes they felt discouraged, sometimes nothing seemed worth the struggle for it. In one such mood, Stella wandered up to the blue room one rainy November evening. Anne sat on the floor in a little circle of light cast by the lamp beside her, amid a surrounding snow of crumpled manuscript. What in the world are you doing? Just looking over some story club yarns. I wanted something to cheer and inebriate. I'd studied until the world seemed azure, so I came up here and dug these out of my trunk. They are so drenched in tears and tragedy that they are excruciatingly funny. I'm blue and discouraged myself, said Stella, throwing herself on the couch. Nothing seems worthwhile. My very thoughts are old. I've thought them all before. What is the use of living after all, Anne? Honey, it's just brain fag that makes us feel that way. And the weather. A pouring rainy night like this, coming after a hard day's grind, would squelch anyone but a Mark Tapley. You know it is worthwhile to live. Oh, I suppose so. But I can't prove it to myself just now. Just think of all the great and noble souls who have lived and worked in the world, said Anne dreamily. Isn't it worthwhile to come after them and inherit what they won and taught? Isn't it worthwhile to think we can share their inspiration? And then all the great souls that will come in the future. Isn't it worthwhile to work a little and prepare the way for them? Make just one step in their path easier. Oh, my mind agrees with you, Anne, but my soul remains doleful and uninspired. I'm always grubby and dingy on rainy nights. Some nights I like the rain. I like to lie in bed and hear it pattering on the roof and drifting through the pines. I like it when it stays on the roof, said Stella. It doesn't always. I spent a gruesome night in an old country farmhouse last summer. The roof leaked and the rain came pattering down on my bed. There was no poetry in that. I had to get up in the murk midnight and chivvy round to pull the bedstead out of the drip. And it was one of those solid, old-fashioned beds that weigh a ton, more or less. And then that drip, drop, kept up all night until my nerves just went to pieces. You've no idea what an eerie noise a great drop of rain falling with a mushy thud on a bare floor makes in the night. It sounds like ghostly footsteps and all that sort of thing. What are you laughing over, Anne? These stories. As Phil would say, they are killing, in more senses than one, for everybody died in them. What dazzlingly lovely heroines we had, and how we dressed them. Silks, satins, velvets, jewels, laces. They never wore anything else. Here is one of Jane Andrews' stories, depicting her heroine as sleeping in a beautiful white satin nightdress, trimmed with seed pearls. Go on, said Stella. I begin to feel that life is worth living, as long as there's a laugh in it. Here's one I wrote. My heroine is disporting herself at a ball, glittering from head to foot with large diamonds of the first water. But what booted beauty or rich attire? The paths of glory lead but to the grave. They must either be murdered or die of a broken heart. There was no escape for them. Let me read some of your stories. Well, here's my masterpiece. Note its cheerful title, My Graves. I shed quarts of tears while writing it, and the other girls shed gallons while I read it. Jane Andrews' mother scolded her frightfully because she had so many handkerchiefs in the wash that week. It's a harrowing tale of the wanderings of a Methodist minister's wife. I made her a Methodist because it was necessary that she should wander. She buried a child every place she lived in. There were 9 of them, and their graves were severed far apart, ranging from Newfoundland to Vancouver. I described the children, pictured their several deathbeds, and detailed their tombstones and epitaphs. I had intended to bury the whole 9, but when I had disposed of 8, my invention of horrors gave out, and I permitted the 9th to live as a hopeless cripple. While Stella read My Graves, punctuating its tragic paragraphs with chuckles, and Rusty slept the sleep of a just cat who had been out all night, curled up on a Jane Andrews tale of a beautiful maiden of 15 who went to nurse in a leper colony, of course dying of the lonesome disease finally. Anne glanced over the other manuscripts and recalled the old days at Avonlea School, when the members of the Story Club, sitting under the spruce trees or down among the ferns by the brook, had written them. What fun they had had! How the sunshine and mirth of those olden summers returned as she read. Not all the glory that was Greece or the grandeur that was Rome could weave such wizardry as those funny, tearful tales of the Story Club. Among the manuscripts, Anne found one written on sheets of wrapping paper. A wave of laughter filled her grey eyes as she recalled the time and place of its genesis. It was the sketch she had written the day she fell through the roof of the Cobb Duck House on the Tory Road. Anne glanced over it, then fell to reading it intently. It was a little dialogue between asters and sweet peas, wild canaries in the lilac bush, and the guardian spirit of the garden. After she had read it, she sat staring into space. And when Stella had gone, she smoothed out the crumpled manuscript. "I believe I will," she said resolutely. Chapter 36. The Gardener's Call. "Here is a letter with an Indian stamp for you, Aunt Jimsy," said Phil. "Here are 3 for Stella and 2 for Pris and a glorious fat one for me from Joe. There's nothing for you, Anne, except a circular." Nobody noticed Anne's flush as she took the thin letter Phil tossed her carelessly. But a few minutes later, Phil looked up to see a transfigured Anne. "Honey, what good thing has happened?" "The youth's friend has accepted a little sketch I sent them a fortnight ago," said Anne, trying hard to speak as if she were accustomed to having sketches accepted every mail, but not quite succeeding. "Anne Shirley, how glorious! What was it? When is it to be published? Did they pay you for it?" "Yes, they've sent a cheque for $10, and the editor writes that he would like to see more of my work." "Dear man, he shall. It was an old sketch I found in my box. I rewrote it and sent it in, but I never really thought it would be accepted because it has no plot," said Anne, recalling the bitter experience of Averil's atonement. "What are you going to do with that $10, Anne? Let's all go uptown and get drunk," suggested Phil. "I am going to squander it in a wild, soulless revel of some sort," declared Anne gaily. "At all events, it isn't tainted money, like the cheque I got for that horrible reliable baking powder story. I spent it usefully for clothes and hated them every time I put them on." "Think of having a real live author at Patty's place," said Priscilla. "It's a great responsibility," said Aunt Jasmina solemnly. "Indeed it is," agreed Pris with equal solemnity. "Authors are kittle cattle. You never know when or how they will break out. Anne may make a copy of us." "I meant that the ability to write for the press was a great responsibility," said Aunt Jasmina severely, "and I hope Anne realises it. My daughter used to write stories before she went to the foreign field, but now she has turned her attention to higher things. She used to say her motto was, "Never write a line you would be ashamed to read at your own funeral." You'd better take that for yours, Anne, if you're going to embark in literature. Though, to be sure, added Aunt Jasmina perplexedly, Elizabeth always used to laugh when she said it. She always laughed so much that I don't know how she ever came to decide on being a missionary. I'm thankful she did. I prayed that she might, but I wish she hadn't. Then Aunt Jasmina wondered why those giddy girls all laughed. Anne's eyes shone all that day. Literary ambitions sprouted and budded in her brain. Their exhilaration accompanied her to Jenny Cooper's walking party, and not even the sight of Gilbert and Christine, walking just ahead of her and Roy, could quite subdue the sparkle of her starry hopes. Nevertheless, she was not so rapt from things of earth as to be unable to notice that Christine's walk was decidedly ungraceful. But I suppose Gilbert only looks at her face. So like a man, thought Anne scornfully. "Shall you be at home Saturday afternoon?" asked Roy. "Yes." "My mother and sisters are coming to call on you," said Roy quietly. Something went over Anne which might be described as a thrill, but it was hardly a pleasant one. She had never met any of Roy's family. She realised the significance of his statement, and it had, somehow, an irrevocableness about it that chilled her. "I shall be glad to see them," she said flatly, and then wondered if she really would be glad. She ought to be, of course. But would it not be something of an ordeal? Gossip had filtered to Anne regarding the light in which the Gardiners viewed the infatuation of son and brother. Roy must have brought pressure to bear in the matter of this call. Anne knew she would be weighed in the balance. From the fact that they had consented to call, she understood that, willingly or unwillingly, they regarded her as a possible member of their clan. "I shall just be myself. I shall not try to make a good impression," thought Anne loftily. But she was wondering what dress she would better wear Saturday afternoon, and if the new style of high hair dressing would suit her better than the old, and the walking party was rather spoiled for her. By night, she had decided that she would wear her brown chiffon on Saturday, but would do her hair low. Friday afternoon, none of the girls had classes at Redmond. Stella took the opportunity to write a paper for the Philomathic Society, and was sitting at the table in the corner of the living room with an untidy litter of notes and manuscript on the floor around her. Stella always vowed she never could write anything unless she threw each sheet down as she completed it. Anne, in her flannel blouse and serge skirt, with her hair rather blown from her windy walk home, was sitting squarely in the middle of the floor, teasing the Sarah cat with a wishbone. Joseph and Rusty were both curled up in her lap. A warm, plummy odour filled the whole house, for Priscilla was cooking in the kitchen. Presently she came in, enshrouded in a huge work apron, with a smudge of flour on her nose, to show Aunt Jasmina the chocolate cake she had just iced. At this auspicious moment, the knocker sounded. Nobody paid any attention to it save Phil, who sprang up and opened it, expecting a boy with the hat she had bought that morning. On the doorstep stood Mrs. Gardiner and her daughters. Anne scrambled to her feet somehow, emptying 2 indignant cats out of her lap as she did so, and mechanically shifting her wishbone from her right hand to her left. Priscilla, who would have had to cross the room to reach the kitchen door, lost her head, wildly plunged the chocolate cake under a cushion of the Inglenook sofa and dashed upstairs. Stella began feverishly gathering up her manuscript. Only Aunt Jasmina and Phil remained normal. Thanks to them, everybody was soon sitting at ease, even Anne. Priscilla came down, apronless and smudgeless. Stella reduced her corner to decency, and Phil saved the situation by a stream of ready small talk. Mrs. Gardner was tall and thin and handsome, exquisitely gowned, cordial with a cordiality that seemed a trifle forced. Aileen Gardner was a younger edition of her mother, lacking the cordiality. She endeavoured to be nice, but succeeded only in being haughty and patronising. Dorothy Gardner was slim and jolly and rather tomboyish. Anne knew she was Roy's favourite sister and warmed to her. She would have looked very much like Roy if she had had dreamy dark eyes instead of roguish hazel ones. Thanks to her and Phil, the call really went off very well, except for a slight sense of strain in the atmosphere and 2 rather untoward incidents. Rusty and Joseph, left to themselves, began a game of chase and sprang madly into Mrs. Gardner's silken lap and out of it in their wild career. Mrs. Gardner lifted her lorgnette and gazed after their flying forms as if she had never seen cats before. And Anne, choking back slightly nervous laughter, apologised as best she could. "You are fond of cats," said Mrs. Gardner, with a slight intonation of tolerant wonder. Anne, despite her affection for Rusty, was not especially fond of cats, but Mrs. Gardner's tone annoyed her. Inconsequently, she remembered that Mrs. John Blythe was so fond of cats that she kept as many as her husband would allow. "They are adorable animals, aren't they?" she said wickedly. "I have never liked cats," said Mrs. Gardner remotely. "I love them," said Dorothy. "They are so nice and selfish. Dogs are too good and unselfish. They make me feel uncomfortable. But cats are gloriously human." "You have 2 delightful old china dogs there. May I look at them closely?" said Aileen, crossing the room towards the fireplace, and thereby becoming the unconscious cause of the other accident. Picking up Magog, she sat down on the cushion under which was secreted Priscilla's chocolate cake. Priscilla and Anne exchanged agonised glances, but could do nothing. The stately Aileen continued to sit on the cushion and discuss china dogs until the time of departure. Dorothy lingered behind a moment to squeeze Anne's hand and whisper impulsively, "I know you and I are going to be chums. Oh, Roy has told me all about you. I'm the only one of the family he tells things to, poor boy. Nobody could confide in Mamma and Aileen, you know. What glorious times you girls must have here. Won't you let me come often and have a share in them?" "Come as often as you like," Anne responded heartily, thankful that one of Roy's sisters was likeable. She would never like Aileen. So much was certain, and Aileen would never like her, though Mrs. Gardner might be one. Altogether, Anne sighed with relief when the ordeal was over. "Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are it might have been," quoted Priscilla tragically, lifting the cushion. "This cake is now what you might call a flat failure, and the cushion is likewise ruined. Never tell me that Friday isn't unlucky. People who send word they are coming on Saturday shouldn't come on Friday, said Aunt Jasmina. I fancy it was Roy's mistake, said Phil. That boy isn't really responsible for what he says when he talks to Anne. Where is Anne? Anne had gone upstairs. She felt oddly like crying, but she made herself laugh instead. Rusty and Joseph had been too awful. And Dorothy was a dear. Chapter 37. Full-fledged BAs. I wish I was dead, or that it was tomorrow night, groaned Phil. If you live long enough, both wishes will come true, said Anne calmly. It's easy for you to be serene. You're at home in philosophy. I'm not. And when I think of that horrible paper tomorrow, I quail. If I should fail in it, what would Joe say? You won't fail. How did you get on in Greek today? I don't know. Perhaps it was a good paper, and perhaps it was bad enough to make Homer turn over in his grave. I've studied and mulled over notebooks until I'm incapable of forming an opinion on anything. How thankful little Phil will be when all this examinating is over. Examinating? I never heard such a word. Well, haven't I as good a right to make a word as anyone else? Demanded Phil. Words aren't made, they grow, said Anne. Never mind. I begin faintly to discern clear water ahead where no examination breakers loom. Girls, can you realise that our Redmond life is almost over? I can't, said Anne sorrowfully. It seems just yesterday that Pris and I were alone in that crowd of freshmen at Redmond. And now we are seniors in our final examinations. Potent, wise and reverend seniors, quoted Phil. Do you suppose we really are any wiser than when we came to Redmond? You don't act as if you were by times, said Aunt Jasmina severely. Oh, Aunt Jimsy, haven't we been pretty good girls? Take us by and large. These 3 winters you've mothered us, pleaded Phil. You've been 4 of the dearest, sweetest, goodest girls that ever went together through college, averred Aunt Jasmina, who never spoiled a compliment by misplaced economy. But I mistrust you haven't too much sense yet. It's not to be expected, of course. Experience teaches sense. You can't learn it in a college course. You've been to college 4 years and I never was. But I know heaps more than you do, young ladies. There are lots of things that never go by rule. There's a powerful pile of knowledge that you never get at college. There are heaps of things you never learn at school, quoted Stella. Have you learned anything at Redmond except dead languages and geometry and such trash? Queried Aunt Jasmina. Oh yes, I think we have, Auntie, protested Anne. We've learned the truth of what Professor Woodley told us last Philomathic, said Phil. He said, humour is the spiciest condiment in the feast of existence. Laugh at your mistakes, but learn from them. Joke over your troubles, but gather strength from them. Make a jest of your difficulties, but overcome them. Isn't that worth learning, Aunt Jimsy? Yes, it is, dearie. When you've learned to laugh at the things that should be laughed at, and not to laugh at those that shouldn't, you've got wisdom and understanding. What have you got out of your Redmond course, Anne? Murmured Priscilla aside. I think, said Anne slowly, that I really have learned to look upon each little hindrance as a jest, and each great one as the foreshadowing of victory. Summing up, I think that is what Redmond has given me. I shall have to fall back on another Professor Woodleigh quotation to express what it has done for me, said Priscilla. You remember that he said in his address, there is so much in the world for us all if we only have the eyes to see it and the heart to love it and the hand to gather it to ourselves. So much in men and women, so much in art and literature, so much everywhere in which to delight and for which to be thankful. I think Redmond has taught me that in some measure, Anne. Judging from what you all say, remarked Aunt Jasmina, the sum and substance is that you can learn if you've got natural gumption enough. In 4 years at college, what it would take about 20 years of living to teach you. Well, that justifies higher education in my opinion. It's a matter I was always dubious about before. But what about people who haven't natural gumption, Aunt Jimsy? People who haven't natural gumption never learn, retorted Aunt Jasmina. Neither in college nor life. If they live to be 100, they really don't know anything more than when they were born. It's their misfortune, not their fault, poor souls. But those of us who have some gumption should duly thank the Lord for it. Will you please define what gumption is, Aunt Jimsy? Asked Phil. No, I won't, young woman. Anyone who has gumption knows what it is, and anyone who hasn't can never know what it is. So there is no need of defining it. The busy days flew by and examinations were over. Anne took high honours in English, Priscilla took honours in classics, and Phil in mathematics. Stella obtained a good all-round showing. Then came convocation. This is what I would have once called an epoch in my life, said Anne, as she took Roy's violets out of their box and gazed at them thoughtfully. She meant to carry them, of course, but her eyes wandered to another box on her table. It was filled with lilies of the valley, as fresh and fragrant as those which bloomed in the Green Gables yard when June came to Avonlea. Gilbert Blythe's card lay beside it. Anne wondered why Gilbert should have sent her flowers for convocation. She had seen very little of him during the past winter. He had come to Patty's Place only one Friday evening since the Christmas holidays, and they rarely met elsewhere. She knew he was studying very hard, aiming at high honours and the Cooper Prize, and he took little part in the social doings of Redmond. Anne's own winter had been quite gay socially. She had seen a good deal of the Gardeners. She and Dorothy were very intimate. College circles expected the announcement of her engagement to Roy any day. Anne expected it herself. Yet, just before she left Patty's Place for convocation, she flung Roy's violets aside and put Gilbert's lilies of the valley in their place. She could not have told why she did it. Somehow, old Avonlea days and dreams and friendships seemed very close to her in this attainment of her long-cherished ambitions. She and Gilbert had once pictured out merrily the day on which they should be capped and gowned graduates in arts. The wonderful day had come, and Roy's violets had no place in it. Only her old friend's flowers seemed to belong to this fruition of old blossoming hopes which he had once shared. For years this day had beckoned and allured to her, but when it came, the one single, keen, abiding memory it left with her was not that of the breathless moment when the stately president of Redmond gave her cap and diploma and hailed her B.A. It was not of the flash in Gilbert's eyes when he saw her lilies, nor the puzzled, pained glance Roy gave her as he passed her on the platform. It was not of Aileen Gardiner's condescending congratulations, or Dorothy's ardent, impulsive good wishes. It was of one strange, unaccountable pang that spoiled this long-expected day for her, and left in it a certain faint but enduring flavour of bitterness. The arts graduates gave a graduation dance that night. When Anne dressed for it, she tossed aside the pearl beads she usually wore and took from her trunk the small box that had come to Green Gables on Christmas Day. In it was a thread-like gold chain with a tiny pink enamel heart as a pendant. On the accompanying card was written, "With all good wishes from your old chum Gilbert." Anne, laughing over the memory the enamel heart conjured up the fateful day when Gilbert had called her carrots and vainly tried to make his peace with a pink candy heart, had written him a nice little note of thanks. But she had never worn the trinket. Tonight she fastened it about her white throat with a dreamy smile. She and Phil walked to Redmond together. Anne walked in silence. Phil chattered of many things. Suddenly she said, "I heard today that Gilbert Blythe's engagement to Christine Stewart was to be announced as soon as convocation was over. Did you hear anything of it?" "No," said Anne. "I think it's true," said Phil lightly. Anne did not speak. In the darkness she felt her face burning. She slipped her hand inside her collar and caught at the gold chain. One energetic twist and it gave way. Anne thrust the broken trinket into her pocket. Her hands were trembling and her eyes were smarting. But she was the gayest of all the gay revellers that night, and told Gilbert unregretfully that her card was full when he came to ask her for a dance. Afterwards, when she sat with the girls before the dying embers at Patty's Place, removing the spring chilliness from their satin skins, none chatted more blithely than she of the day's events. "Moody Spurgeon Macpherson called here tonight after you left," said Aunt Jasmina, who had sat up to keep the fire on. "He didn't know about the graduation dance. That boy ought to sleep with a rubber band around his head to train his ears not to stick out. I had a beau once who did that, and it improved him immensely. It was I who suggested it to him, and he took my advice, but he never forgave me for it." "Moody Spurgeon is a very serious young man," yawned Priscilla. "He is concerned with graver matters than his ears. He is going to be a minister, you know." "Well, I suppose the Lord doesn't regard the ears of a man," said Aunt Jasmina gravely, dropping all further criticism of Moody Spurgeon. Aunt Jasmina had a proper respect for the cloth, even in the case of an unfledged parson. Chapter 38. False Dawn. "Just imagine, this night week I'll be in Avonlea. Delightful thought," said Anne, bending over the box in which she was packing Mrs. Rachel Lynde's quilts. "But just imagine, this night week I'll be gone forever from Patty's Place. Horrible thought. I wonder if the ghost of all our laughter will echo through the maiden dreams of Miss Patty and Miss Maria," speculated Phil. Miss Patty and Miss Maria were coming home, after having trotted over most of the habitable globe. "We'll be back the second week in May," wrote Miss Patty. "I expect Patty's Place will seem rather small after the Hall of the Kings at Carnock, but I never did like big places to live in, and I'll be glad enough to be home again. When you start travelling late in life, you're apt to do much of it, because you know you haven't much time left, and it's a thing that grows on you. I'm afraid Maria will never be contented again. I shall leave here my fancies and dreams to bless the next comer, said Anne, looking around the blue room wistfully. Her pretty blue room, which she had spent 3 such happy years. She had knelt at its window to pray, and had bent from it to watch the sunset behind the pines. She had heard the autumn raindrops beating against it, and had welcomed the spring robins at its sill. She wondered if old dreams could haunt rooms, if, when one left forever, the room where she had joyed and suffered and laughed and wept, something of her, intangible and invisible, yet none the less real, did not remain behind like a voiceful memory. I think, said Phil, that a room where one dreams and grieves and rejoices and lives becomes inseparably connected with those processes and acquires personality of its own. I am sure if I came into this room 50 years from now, it would say, Anne, Anne to me. What nice times we've had here, honey. What chats and jokes and good chummy jamborees. Oh, dear me. I'm to marry Joe in June, and I know I will be rapturously happy. But just now I feel as if I wanted this lovely Redmond life to go on forever. I'm unreasonable enough just now to wish that too, admitted Anne. No matter what deeper joys may come to us later on, we'll never again have just the same delightful, irresponsible existence we've had here. It's over forever, Phil. What are you going to do with Rusty? Asked Phil, as that privileged pussy padded into the room. I am going to take him home with me and Joseph and the Sarah cat, announced Aunt Jasmina, following Rusty. It would be a shame to separate those cats now that they have learned to live together. It's a hard lesson for cats and humans to learn. I'm sorry to part with Rusty, said Anne regretfully, but it would be no use to take him to Green Gables. Marilla detests cats, and Davy would tease his life out. Besides, I don't suppose I'll be home very long. I've been offered the principalship of the Summerside High School. Are you going to accept it? Asked Phil. I haven't decided yet, answered Anne, with a confused flush. Phil nodded understandingly. Naturally, Anne's plans could not be settled until Roy had spoken. He would soon, there was no doubt of that. And there was no doubt that Anne would say yes when he said, "Will you please?" Anne herself regarded the state of affairs with a seldom ruffled complacency. She was deeply in love with Roy. True, it was not just what she had imagined love to be. But was anything in life, Anne asked herself wearily, like one's imagination of it? It was the old diamond disillusion of childhood repeated, the same disappointment she had felt when she had first seen the chill sparkle instead of the purple splendour she had anticipated. "That's not my idea of a diamond," she had said. But Roy was a dear fellow, and they would be very happy together, even if some indefinable zest was missing out of life. When Roy came down that evening and asked Anne to walk in the park, everyone at Patty's Place knew what he had come to say, and everyone knew, or thought they knew, what Anne's answer would be. "Anne is a very fortunate girl," said Aunt Jasmina. "I suppose so," said Stella, shrugging her shoulders. "Roy is a nice fellow and all that, but there's really nothing in him." "That sounds very like a jealous remark, Stella Maynard," said Aunt Jasmina rebukingly. "It does, But I am not jealous, said Stella calmly. I love Anne and I like Roy. Everybody says she is making a brilliant match, and even Mrs. Gardiner thinks her charming now. It all sounds as if it were made in heaven, but I have my doubts. Make the most of that, Aunt Jasmina. Roy asked Anne to marry him in the little pavilion on the harbour shore where they had talked on the rainy day of their first meeting. Anne thought it very romantic that he should have chosen that spot, and his proposal was as beautifully worded as if he had copied it, as one of Ruby Gillis's lovers had done, out of a deportment of courtship and marriage. The whole effect was quite flawless, and it was also sincere. There was no doubt that Roy meant what he said. There was no false note to jar the symphony. Anne felt that she ought to be thrilling from head to foot. But she wasn't. She was horribly cool. When Roy paused for his answer, she opened her lips to say her fateful yes. And then she found herself trembling as if she were reeling back from a precipice. To her came one of those moments when we realise, as by a blinding flash of illumination, more than all our previous years have taught us. She pulled her hand from Roy's. "Oh, I can't marry you. I can't. I can't," she cried wildly. Roy turned pale and also looked rather foolish. He had, small blame to him, felt very sure. "What do you mean?" he stammered. "I mean that I can't marry you," repeated Anne desperately. "I thought I could, but I can't." "Why can't you?" Roy asked more calmly. "Because I don't care enough for you." A crimson streak came into Roy's face. "So you've just been amusing yourself these 2 years?" he said slowly. No, I haven't," gasped poor Anne. Oh, how could she explain? She couldn't explain. There are some things that cannot be explained. I did think I cared, truly I did. But I now know I don't. "You have ruined my life," said Roy bitterly. "Forgive me," pleaded Anne miserably, with hot cheeks and stinging eyes. Roy turned away and stood for a few minutes looking out seaward. When he came back to Anne, he was very pale again. "You can give me no hope?" he said. Anne shook her head mutely. "Then, goodbye," said Roy. "I can't understand it. I can't believe you are not the woman I've believed you to be. But reproaches are idle between us. You are the only woman I can ever love. I thank you for your friendship, at least. Goodbye, Anne." "Goodbye," faltered Anne. When Roy had gone, she sat for a long time in the pavilion, watching a white mist creeping subtly and remorselessly landward up the harbour. It was her hour of humiliation and self-contempt and shame. Their waves went over her. And yet, underneath it all, was a queer sense of recovered freedom. She slipped into Patty's place in the dusk and escaped to her room. But Phil was there on the window seat. "Wait," said Anne, flushing to anticipate the scene. "Wait till you hear what I have to say. Phil, Roy asked me to marry him, and I refused." You refused him?" said Phil blankly. "Yes." "Anne Shirley, are you in your senses?" "I think so," said Anne wearily. "Oh, Phil, don't scold me. You don't understand." "I certainly don't understand. You've encouraged Roy Gardner in every way for 2 years, and now you tell me you've refused him? Then you've just been flirting scandalously with him, Anne. I couldn't have believed it of you." "I wasn't flirting with him. I honestly thought I cared up to the last minute. And then, well, I just knew I never could marry him." "I suppose," said Phil cruelly, "that you intended to marry him for his money, and then your better self rose up and prevented you." "I didn't. I never thought about his money. Oh, I can't explain it to you any more than I could to him." "Well, I certainly think you have treated Roy shamefully," said Phil in exasperation. "He's handsome and clever and rich and good. What more do you want?" "I want someone who belongs in my life. He doesn't. I was swept off my feet at first by his good looks and knack of paying romantic compliments, and later on I thought I must be in love because he was my dark-eyed ideal. I am bad enough for not knowing my own mind, but you are worse," said Phil. "I do know my own mind," protested Anne. "The trouble is, my mind changes, and then I have to get acquainted with it all over again." "Well, I suppose there is no use in saying anything to you." "There is no need, Phil. I'm in the dust. This has spoiled everything backwards. I could never think of Redmond days without recalling the humiliation of this evening. Roy despises me, and you despise me, and I despise myself." "You poor darling," said Phil, melting. "Just come here and let me comfort you. I've no right to scold you. I'd have married Alec or Alonzo if I hadn't met Joe. Oh, Anne, things are so mixed up in real life. They aren't clear-cut and trimmed off as they are in novels." "I hope that no one will ever again ask me to marry him as long as I live," sobbed poor Anne, devoutly believing that she meant it. Chapter 39. Deals with Weddings. Anne felt that life partook of the nature of an anticlimax during the first few weeks after her return to Green Gables. She missed the merry comradeship of Patty's Place. She had dreamed some brilliant dreams during the past winter, and now they lay in the dust around her. In her present mood of self-disgust, she could not immediately begin dreaming again, and she discovered that, while solitude with dreams is glorious, solitude without them has few charms. She had not seen Roy again after their painful parting in the park pavilion, but Dorothy came to see her before she left Kingsport. "I'm awful sorry you won't marry Roy," she said. "I did want you for a sister, but you are quite right. He would bore you to death. I love him, and he is a dear sweet boy, but really he isn't a bit interesting. He looks as if he ought to be, but he isn't." "This won't spoil our friendship, will it, Dorothy?" Anne had asked wistfully. "No, indeed. You're too good to lose. If I can't have you for a sister, I mean to keep you as a chum anyway. And don't fret over Roy. He is feeling terrible just now. I have to listen to his outpourings every day. But he'll get over it. He always does." "Oh, always?" said Anne, with a slight change of voice. "So he has got over it before?" "Dear me, yes," said Dorothy frankly. "Twice before. And he raved to me just the same both times. Not that the others actually refused him. They simply announced their engagements to someone else. Of course, when he met you, he vowed to me that he had never really loved before, that the previous affairs had been merely boyish fancies. But I don't think you need worry." Anne decided not to worry. Her feelings were a mixture of relief and resentment. Roy had certainly told her she was the only one he had ever loved. No doubt he believed it. But it was a comfort to feel that she had not, in all likelihood, ruined his life. There were other goddesses, and Roy, according to Dorothy, must needs be worshipping at some shrine. Nevertheless, life was stripped of several more illusions, and Anne began to think drearily that it seemed rather bare. She came down from the porch gable on the evening of her return with a sorrowful face. "What has happened to the old Snow Queen, Marilla?" "Oh, I knew you'd feel bad over that," said Marilla. "I felt bad myself. That tree was there ever since I was a young girl. It blew down in the big gale we had in March. It was rotten at the core." "I'll miss it so," grieved Anne. "The porch gable doesn't seem the same room without it. I'll never look from its window again without a sense of loss. And oh, I never came home to Green Gables before that Diana wasn't here to welcome me." "Diana has something else to think of just now," said Mrs. Lynde significantly. "Well, tell me all the Avonlea news," said Anne, sitting down on the porch steps, where the evening sunshine fell over her hair in a fine golden rain. "There isn't much news except what we've wrote you," said Mrs. Lynde. "I suppose you haven't heard that Simon Fletcher broke his leg last week. It's a great thing for his family. They're getting 100 things done that they've always wanted to do but couldn't as long as he was about, the old crank." "He came of an aggravating family," remarked Marilla. "Aggravating? Well, rather. His mother used to get up in prayer meeting and tell all her children's shortcomings and ask prayers for them. Course, it made them mad, and worse than ever." "You haven't told Anne the news about Jane," suggested Marilla. "Oh, Jane," sniffed Mrs. Lynde. "Well," she conceded grudgingly, "Jane Andrews is home from the West, came last week, and she's going to be married to a Winnipeg millionaire. You may be sure Mrs. Harmon lost no time in telling it far and wide." "Dear old Jane, I'm so glad," said Anne heartily. "She deserves the good things of life." "Oh, I ain't saying anything against Jane. She's a nice enough girl. But she isn't in the millionaire class, and you'll find there's not much to recommend that man but his money, that's what. Mrs. Harmon says he's an Englishman who has made money in mines, but I believe he'll turn out to be a Yankee. He certainly must have money, for he has just showered Jane with jewellery. Her engagement ring is a diamond cluster so big that it looks like a plaster on Jane's fat paw." Mrs. Lynde could not keep some bitterness out of her tone. Here was Jane Andrews, that plain little plodder, engaged to a millionaire, while Anne, it seemed, was not yet bespoken by anyone, rich or poor. And Mrs. Harmon Andrews did brag insufferably. "What has Gilbert Blythe been doing too at college?" asked Marilla. "I saw him when he came home last week, and he is so pale and thin I hardly knew him." "He studied very hard last winter," said Anne. "You know he took high honours in classics and the Cooper Prize. It hasn't been taken for 5 years. So I think he's rather run down. We're all a little tired." "Anyhow, you're a B.A. and Jane Andrews isn't and never will be," said Mrs. Lynde with gloomy satisfaction. A few evenings later, Anne went down to see Jane, but the latter was away in Charlottetown, getting sewing done, Mrs. Harmon informed Anne proudly. Of course, an Avonlea dressmaker wouldn't do for Jane under the circumstances. "I've heard something very nice about Jane," said Anne. "Yes, Jane has done pretty well, even if she isn't a B.A., said Mrs. Harmon, with a slight toss of her head. "Mr. Inglis is worth millions, and they're going to Europe on their wedding tour. When they come back, they'll live in a perfect mansion of marble in Winnipeg. Jane has only one trouble. She can cook so well, and her husband won't let her cook. He is so rich, he hires his cooking done. They're going to keep a cook and 2 other maids and a coachman and a man of all work. But what about you, Anne? I don't hear anything of your being married, after all your college going." "Oh," laughed Anne, "I am going to be an old maid. I really can't find anyone to suit me." It was rather wicked of her. She deliberately meant to remind Mrs. Andrews that if she became an old maid, it was not because she had not had at least one chance of marriage. But Mrs. Harmon took swift revenge. "Well, the over-particular girls generally get left, I notice. And what's this I hear about Gilbert Blythe being engaged to a Miss Stewart? Charlie Sloane tells me she is perfectly beautiful. Is it true?" "I don't know if it is true that he is engaged to Miss Stewart," replied Anne with Spartan composure. "But it is certainly true that she is very lovely." "I once thought you and Gilbert would have made a match of it," said Mrs. Harmon. "If you don't take care, Anne, all your beaux will slip through your fingers." Anne decided not to continue her duel with Mrs. Harmon. You could not fence with an antagonist who met rapier thrust with blow of battle-axe. "Since Jane is away," she said, rising haughtily, "I don't think I can stay longer this morning. I'll come down when she comes home." "Do," said Mrs. Harmon effusively. "Jane isn't a bit proud. She just means to associate with her old friends the same as ever. She'll be real glad to see you." Jane's millionaire arrived the last of May and carried her off in a blaze of splendour. Mrs. Lynde was spitefully gratified to find that Mr. Inglis was every day of 40 and short and thin and greyish. Mrs. Lynde did not spare him in her enumeration of his shortcomings, you may be sure. "It will take all his gold to gild a pill like him, that's what," said Mrs. Rachel solemnly. "He looks kind and good-hearted," said Anne loyally, "and I'm sure he thinks the world of Jane." Said Mrs. Rachel. Phil Gordon was married the next week, and Anne went over to Bolingbroke to be her bridesmaid. Phil made a dainty fairy of a bride, and the Reverend Joe was so radiant in his happiness that nobody thought him plain. "We're going for a lover's saunter through the land of Evangeline," said Phil, "and then we'll settle down on Patterson Street. Mother thinks it's terrible. She thinks Joe might at least take a church in a decent place. But the wilderness of the Patterson slums will blossom like the rose for me if Joe is there. Oh, Anne, I'm so happy my heart aches with it." Anne was always glad in the happiness of her friends, but it is sometimes a little lonely to be surrounded everywhere by a happiness that is not your own. and it was just the same when she went back to Avonlea. This time it was Diana who was bathed in the wonderful glory that comes to a woman when her firstborn is laid beside her. Anne looked at the white young mother with a certain awe that had never entered into her feelings for Diana before. Could this pale woman, with the rapture in her eyes, be the little black-curled, rosy-cheeked Diana she had played with in vanished school days? It gave her a queer, desolate feeling that she herself somehow belonged only in those past years and had no business in the present at all. "Isn't he perfectly beautiful?" said Diana proudly. The little fat fellow was absurdly like Fred, just as round, just as red. Anne really could not say conscientiously that she thought him beautiful, but she vowed sincerely that he was sweet and kissable and altogether delightful. "Before he came, I wanted a girl, so that I could call her Anne," said Diana. "But now that little Fred is here, I wouldn't exchange him for a million girls. He just couldn't have been anything but his own precious self." "Every little baby is the sweetest and the best," quoted Mrs. Allen gaily. "If little Anne had come, you'd have felt just the same about her." Mrs. Allen was visiting in Avonlea for the first time since leaving it. She was as gay and sweet and sympathetic as ever. Her old girl-friends had welcomed her back rapturously. The reigning minister's wife was an estimable lady, but she was not exactly a kindred spirit. "I can hardly wait till he gets old enough to talk," sighed Diana. "I just long to hear him say mother. And oh, I'm determined that his first memory of me shall be a nice one. The first memory I have of my mother is of her slapping me for something I had done. I am sure I deserved it, and Mother was always a good mother, and I love her dearly. But I do wish my first memory of her was nicer." "I have just one memory of my mother, and it is the sweetest of all my memories," said Mrs. Allen. "I was 5 years old, and I had been allowed to go to school one day with my 2 older sisters. When school came out, my sisters went home in different groups, each supposing I was with the other. Instead, I had run off with a little girl I had played with at recess. We went to her home, which was near the school, and began making mud pies. We were having a glorious time when my older sister arrived, breathless and angry. "You naughty girl!" she cried, snatching my reluctant hand and dragging me along with her. "Come home this minute. Oh, you're going to catch it. Mother is awful cross. She is going to give you a good whipping." I had never been whipped. Dread and terror filled my poor little heart. I have never been so miserable in my life as I was on that walk home. I had not meant to be naughty. Femi Cameron had asked me to go home with her, and I had not known it was wrong to go. And now I was to be whipped for it. When we got home, my sister dragged me into the kitchen, where Mother was sitting by the fire in the twilight. My poor wee legs were trembling so that I could hardly stand. And Mother just took me up in her arms, without one word of rebuke or harshness, kissed me and held me close to her heart. "I was so frightened you were lost, darling," she said tenderly. I could see the love shining in her eyes as she looked down on me. She never scolded or reproached me for what I had done, only told me I must never go away again without asking permission. She died very soon afterwards. That is the only memory I have of her. Isn't it a beautiful one? Anne felt lonelier than ever as she walked home, going by way of the birch path and willow mere. She had not walked that way for many moons. It was a darkly purple, bloomy night. The air was heavy with blossom fragrance. almost too heavy. The cloyed senses recoiled from it as from an overfull cup. The birches of the path had grown from the fairy saplings of old to big trees. Everything had changed. Anne felt that she would be glad when the summer was over and she was away at work again. Perhaps life would not seem so empty then. "I've tried the world, it wears no more the colouring of romance it wore," sighed Anne, and was straightway much comforted by the romance in the idea of the world being denuded of romance. Chapter 40. A Book of Revelation. The Irvings came back to Echo Lodge for the summer, and Anne spent a happy 3 weeks there in July. Miss Lavender had not changed. Charlotta the Fourth was a very grown-up young lady now, but still adored Anne sincerely. "When's all said and done, Miss Shirley, ma'am, I haven't seen anyone in Boston that's equal to you," she said frankly. Paul was almost grown up too. He was 16. His chestnut curls had given place to close-cropped brown locks, and he was more interested in football than fairies. But the bond between him and his old teacher still held. Kindred spirits alone do not change with changing years. It was a wet, bleak, cruel evening in July when Anne came back to Green Gables. One of the fierce summer storms which sometimes sweep over the Gulf was ravaging the sea. As Anne came in, the first raindrops dashed against the panes. "Was that Paul who brought you home?" asked Marilla. "Why didn't you make him stay all night? It's going to be a wild evening." "He'll reach Echo Lodge before the rain gets very heavy, I think. Anyway, he wanted to go back tonight." "Well, I've had a splendid visit, but I'm glad to see you dear folks again. East, west, Hame's best. Davy, have you been growing again lately?" "I've growed a whole inch since you left," said Davy proudly. "I'm as tall as Milty Bolton now. Ain't I glad? He'll have to stop crowing about being bigger. Say, Anne, did you know that Gilbert Blythe is dying?" Anne stood quite silent and motionless, looking at Davy. Her face had gone so white that Marilla thought she was going to faint. "Davy, hold your tongue," said Mrs. Rachel angrily. "Anne, don't look like that. Don't look like that. We didn't mean to tell you so suddenly." "Is it true?" asked Anne, in a voice that was not hers. "Gilbert is very ill," said Mrs. Lynde gravely. "He took down with typhoid fever just after you left for Echo Lodge. Did you never hear of it?" "No," said that unknown voice. "It was a very bad case from the start. The doctor said he'd been terribly run down. They've a trained nurse and everything's been done." "Don't look like that, Anne. Where there's life, there's hope." "Mr. Harrison was here this evening, and he said they had no hope of him," reiterated Davy. Marilla, looking old and worn and tired, got up and marched Davy grimly out of the kitchen. "Oh, don't look so, dear," said Mrs. Rachel, putting her kind old arms about the pallid girl. "I haven't given up hope, indeed I haven't. He's got the Blythe constitution in his favour, that's what." Anne gently put Mrs. Lynde's arms away from her, walked blindly across the kitchen, through the hall, up the stairs to her old room. At its window she knelt down, staring out unseeingly. It was very dark. The rain was beating down over the shivering fields. The haunted woods was full of the groans of mighty trees wrung in the tempest, and the air throbbed with the thunderous crash of billows on the distant shore. And Gilbert was dying. There is a book of Revelation in everyone's life, as there is in the Bible. Anne read hers that bitter night, as she kept her agonised vigil through the hours of storm and darkness. She loved Gilbert, had always loved him. She knew that now. She knew that she could no more cast him out of her life without agony than she could have cut off her right hand and cast it from her. And the knowledge had come too late even for the bitter solace of being with him at the last. If she had not been so blind, so foolish, she would have had the right to go to him now. But he would never know that she loved him. He would go away from his life thinking that she did not care. Oh, the black years of emptiness stretching before her. She could not live through them. She could not. She cowered down by her window and wished for the first time in her gay young life that she could die too. If Gilbert went away from her without one word or sign or message, she could not live. Nothing was of any value without him. She belonged to him and he to her. In her hour of supreme agony, she had no doubt of that. He did not love Christine Stuart, never had loved Christine Stuart. Oh, what a fool she had been not to realise what the bond was that had held her to Gilbert. To think that the flattered fancy she had felt for Roy Gardner had been love. And now she must pay for her folly as for a crime. Mrs. Lynde and Marilla crept to her door before they went to bed, shook their heads doubtfully at each other over the silence, and went away. The storm raged all night, but when the dawn came, it was spent. Anne saw a fairy fringe of light on the skirts of darkness. Soon the eastern hilltops had a fire-shot ruby rim. The clouds rolled themselves away into great, soft, white masses on the horizon. The sky gleamed blue and silvery. A hush fell over the world. Anne rose from her knees and crept downstairs. The freshness of the rain wind blew against her white face as she went out into the yard and cooled her dry, burning eyes. A merry, rollicking whistle was lilting up the lane. A moment later, Pacifique Boit came in sight. Anne's physical strength suddenly failed her. If she had not clutched at a low willow bough, she would have fallen. Pacifique was George Fletcher's hired man, and George Fletcher lived next door to the Blythes. Mrs. Fletcher was Gilbert's aunt. Pacifique would know if Pacifique would know what there was to be known. Pacifique strode sturdily on along the red lane, whistling. He did not see Anne. She made 3 futile attempts to call him. He was almost past before she succeeded in making her quivering lips call, "Pacifique!" Pacifique turned with a grin and a cheerful good morning. "Pacifique," said Anne faintly, "did you come from George Fletcher's this morning?" "Sure," said Pacifique amiably. "I got the word last night. My father, he was sick. It was so stormy that I couldn't go then, so I started very early this morning. I'm going to the woods for a short cut." "Did you hear how Gilbert Blythe was this morning?" Anne's desperation drove her to the question. Even the worst would be more endurable than this hideous suspense. "He's better," said Pacifique. "He got his turn last night. "De doctor say he'll be all right now dis soon a while. Had close shave though. Dat boy, he just killed himself at college. Well, I must hurry. De old man, he'll be in a hurry to see me." Pacifique resumed his walk and his whistle. Anne gazed after him with eyes where joy was driving out the strained anguish of the night. He was a very lank, very ragged, very homely youth. But in her sight he was as beautiful as those who bring good tidings on the mountains. Never, as long as she lived, would Anne see Pacifique's brown, round, black-eyed face without a warm remembrance of the moment when he had given to her the oil of joy for mourning. Long after Pacifique's gay whistle had faded into the phantom of music and then into the silence far up under the maples of Lover's Lane, Anne stood under the willows, tasting the poignant sweetness of life when some great dread has been removed from it. The morning was a cup filled with mist and glamour. In the corner near her was a rich surprise of new-blown, crystal-dewed roses. The trills and trickles of song from the birds in the big tree above her seemed in perfect accord with her mood. A sentence from a very old, very true, very wonderful book came to her lips. "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." Chapter 41. Love takes up the glass of time. "I've come up to ask you to go for one of our old-time rambles through September woods and o'er hills where spices grow this afternoon," said Gilbert, coming suddenly around the porch corner. "Suppose we visit Hester Gray's garden?" Anne, sitting on the stone step with her lap full of pale, filmy green stuff, looked up rather blankly. "Oh, I wish I could," she said slowly. "But I really can't, Gilbert. I'm going to Alice Penhallow's wedding this evening, you know. I've got to do something to this dress, and by the time it's finished, I'll have to get ready. I'm so sorry. I'd love to go." "Well, can you go tomorrow afternoon, then?" asked Gilbert, apparently not much disappointed. "Yes, I think so." "In that case, I shall hie me home at once to do something I should otherwise have to do tomorrow. So, Alice Penhallow is to be married tonight. 3 weddings for you in one summer, Anne. Phil's, Alice's, and Jane's. I'll never forgive Jane for not inviting me to her wedding." "You really can't blame her when you think of the tremendous Andrews connection who had to be invited. The house could hardly hold them all. I was only bidden by grace of being Jane's old chum, at least on Jane's part. I think Mrs. Harmon's motive for inviting me was to let me see Jane's surpassing gorgeousness." "Is it true that she wore so many diamonds that you couldn't tell where the diamonds left off and Jane began?" Anne laughed. "She certainly wore a good many. What with all the diamonds and white satin and tulle and lace and roses and orange blossoms. Prim little Jane was almost lost to sight. But she was very happy, and so was Mr. Inglis, and so was Mrs. Harmon." "Is that the dress you're going to wear tonight?" asked Gilbert, looking down at the fluffs and frills. "Yes, isn't it pretty? And I shall wear starflowers in my hair. The haunted wood is full of them this summer." Gilbert had a sudden vision of Anne, arrayed in a frilly green gown, with the virginal curves of arms and throat slipping out of it, and white stars shining against the coils of her ruddy hair. The vision made him catch his breath, but he turned lightly away. Well, I'll be up tomorrow. Hope you have a nice time tonight. Anne looked after him as he strode away and sighed. Gilbert was friendly, very friendly, far too friendly. He had come quite often to Green Gables after his recovery, and something of their old comradeship had returned. But Anne no longer found it satisfying. The rose of love made the blossom of friendship pale and scentless by contrast, and Anne had again begun to doubt if Gilbert now felt anything for her but friendship. In the common light of common day, her radiant certainty of that rapt morning had faded. She was haunted by a miserable fear that her mistake could never be rectified. It was quite likely that it was Christine whom Gilbert loved after all. Perhaps he was even engaged to her. Anne tried to put all unsettling hopes out of her heart and reconcile herself to a future where work and ambition must take the place of love. She could do good, if not noble, work as a teacher, and the success her little sketches were beginning to meet with in certain editorial sanctums augured well for her budding literary dreams. But Anne picked up her green dress and sighed again. When Gilbert came the next afternoon, he found Anne waiting for him, fresh as the dawn and fair as a star, after all the gaiety of the preceding night. She wore a green dress, not the one she had worn to the wedding, but an old one which Gilbert had told her at a Redmond reception he liked especially. It was just the shade of green that brought out the rich tints of her hair, and the starry grey of her eyes and the iris-like delicacy of her skin. Gilbert, glancing at her sideways as they walked along a shadowy woodpath, thought she had never looked so lovely. Anne, glancing sideways at Gilbert now and then, thought how much older he looked since his illness. It was as if he had put boyhood behind him forever. The day was beautiful and the way was beautiful. Anne was almost sorry when they reached Hester Gray's garden and sat down on the old bench. But it was beautiful there too, as beautiful as it had been on the faraway day of the golden picnic, when Diana and Jane and Priscilla and she had found it. Then it had been lovely with narcissus and violets. Now goldenrod had kindled its fairy torches in the corners, and asters dotted it bluely. The call of the brook came up through the woods from the valley of birches with all its old allurement. The mellow air was full of the purr of the sea. Beyond were fields rimmed by fences bleached silvery grey in the suns of many summers, and long hills scarved with the shadows of autumnal clouds. With the blowing of the west wind, old dreams returned. "I think," said Anne softly, "that the land where dreams come true is in the blue haze yonder over that little valley." "Have you any unfulfilled dreams, Anne?" asked Gilbert. Something in his tone, something she had not heard since that miserable evening in the orchard at Patty's Place, made Anne's heart beat wildly. But she made answer lightly. "Of course, everybody has. It wouldn't do for us to have all our dreams fulfilled. We would be as good as dead if we had nothing left to dream about. What a delicious aroma that low descending sun is extracting from the asters and ferns. I wish we could see perfumes as well as smell them. I'm sure they would be very beautiful." Gilbert was not to be thus sidetracked. "I have a dream." he said slowly. I persist in dreaming it, although it has often seemed to me that it could never come true. I dream of a home with a hearth fire in it, a cat and dog, the footsteps of friends, and you. Anne wanted to speak, but she could find no words. Happiness was breaking over her like a wave. It almost frightened her. I asked you a question over 2 years ago, Anne. If I ask it again today, will you give me a different answer? Still Anne could not speak, but she lifted her eyes, shining with all the love rapture of countless generations, and looked into his for a moment. He wanted no other answer. They lingered in the old garden until twilight, sweet as dusk in Eden must have been, crept over it. There was so much to talk over and recall, things said and done and heard and thought and felt and misunderstood. I thought you loved Christine Stewart, Anne told him, as reproachfully as if she had not given him every reason to suppose that she loved Roy Gardner. Gilbert laughed boyishly. Christine was engaged to somebody in her hometown. I knew it, and she knew I knew it. When her brother graduated, he told me his sister was coming to Kingsport the next winter to take music, and asked me if I would look after her a bit, as she knew no one and would be very lonely. So I did. And then I liked Christine for her own sake. She is one of the nicest girls I've ever known. I knew college gossip credited us with being in love with each other. I didn't care. Nothing mattered much to me for a time there, after you told me you could never love me, Anne. There was nobody else. There never could be anybody else for me but you. I've loved you ever since that day you broke your slate over my head in school. I don't see how you could keep on loving me when I was such a little fool, said Anne. Well, I tried to stop, said Gilbert frankly. Not because I thought you what you call yourself, but because I felt sure there was no chance for me after Gardner came on the scene. But I couldn't, and I can't tell you either what it's meant to me these 2 years to believe you are going to marry him, and be told every week by some busybody that your engagement was on the point of being announced. I believed it until one blessed day when I was sitting up after the fever. I got a letter from Phil Blake, in which he told me there was really nothing between you and Roy, and advised me to try again. Well, the doctor was amazed at my rapid recovery after that. Anne laughed, then shivered. I can never forget the night I thought you were dying, Gilbert. Oh, I knew then, and I thought it was too late. But it wasn't, sweetheart. Oh, Anne, this makes up for everything, doesn't it? Let's resolve to keep this day sacred to perfect beauty all our lives for the gift it has given us. It's the birthday of our happiness, said Anne softly. I've always loved this old garden of Hester Gray's, and now it will be dearer than ever. But I'll have to ask you to wait a long time, Anne, said Gilbert sadly. It will be 3 years before I finish my medical course, and even then there will be no diamond sunbursts and marble halls. Anne laughed. I don't want sunbursts and marble halls. I just want you. You see, I'm quite as shameless as Phil about it. Sunbursts and marble halls may be all very well, but there is more scope for imagination without them. And as for the waiting, that doesn't matter. We'll just be happy, waiting and working for each other, and dreaming. Oh, dreams will be very sweet now. Gilbert drew her close to him and kissed her. Then they walked home together in the dusk, crowned king and queen in the bridal realm of love, along winding paths fringed with the sweetest flowers that ever bloomed, and over haunted meadows where winds of hope and memory blew.